Good morning and buenos dias. Welcome everyone to SER STEM Community Day. I am happy to be here and be your host today, as I was yesterday. My name is Melissa Hernandez, and we would like to welcome a special welcome to all our student participants today that are joining us from all over the United States and Puerto Rico. So hello to all of you guys out there. Now, we know that our students are so happy and excited to hear about the instructions for our STEM activity. Now, I do want to remind that this is for students 6th to 12th grade. We will get to that soon, but first, we have a lineup that you will not want to miss out. So please stay with us. Now, we would like to thank our corporate community sponsors that have made Community Day and Conference Day possible. We will first like to hear a few words from our board member and corporate sponsor, Mr. Joe Avila with Ford Motor Company Fund.
Hello everyone. Hola, my name is Joe Avila. It is an honor to be here on behalf of Ford Motor Company Fund, the philanthropic arm of Ford Motor Company. I would like to congratulate Ignacio Salazar, President of SER Jobs, and the SER Jobs Board of Directors for your leadership in advancing the interests of the Hispanic community. And I'm actually a proud member of the Board of Directors of SER. I also would like to thank the SER staff for making this virtual community day possible. At the forefront, we have been supporting communities at a local level for more than 70 years. And together with the power and expertise of our employees, dealers, and community partners, we help people overcome obstacles to our mobility. We do this by providing access to essential needs and services, like education, for example. We develop programs that remove barriers to economic success and using the power of mobility to create unique solutions to social and economic challenges. For more than a decade, Ford has supported SER's national efforts to train and employ the best and the brightest workers in ways that will create the next generation of workforce leaders and ultimately a stronger America. But today, I have a special message to the students participating in today's activities. We celebrate all of you. I'm so proud that you took the time to be here today. And I hope that today you take away that education is the best path you have to fulfill your dreams. That's something that nobody can take away from you, the education you can earn with programs like today and in your future academic career. Keep in mind that you're future leaders that will make our communities and our world a better place. I usually like to share what I call the 3 Ps with the students, because you might be wondering how somebody like, for example, me, a Venezuelan American that came here as an immigrant, was able to go to college and now work in a top automotive company in the world, was able to get to where I got. But it was actually education. It was education accompanied with what I call the 3 Ps. Our passion, perseverance, and patience. Passion, you basically need to identify what you love. What is that area that you really, or that thing that you really like to do? That you don't feel that when you are working, that you are actually working. Once you identify your passion, you're gonna find that that's an easier way and the best way to develop your career path. The second P is perseverance. We all have to put work. We all have to put a lot of hours. We all have to work hard, but it has to be constant. It's not that we're gonna work hard one day and then rest 3 days. That doesn't mean that we're not going to take vacation. Everybody needs to take vacation to recharge and re-energize. But it has to be constant, perseverance. Keep that in mind. Passion, perseverance, and patience. Good things usually take a little bit of time. So we need to have patience, and we're working towards with our passion. We're working towards our dreams, and we need to have patience that was going to take a little bit time, but the good time and the awards are going to come. It's like when you are cooking a great meal, usually takes time. It's the same thing in this process. As an American company, Ford understands the critical role that education plays. That's why I was telling you before that that's the best path for you to fulfill your dreams. But keep in mind that the commitment to make a difference and continue to build our nation's workforce not only relies on corporations like Ford, but relies on people like you, because you're really the future of this country. We couldn't do this by ourselves. It's because of partners like Sarah and others here today that Ford is able to make a difference in our communities. I want to say thank you to Sarah for your dedicated commitment to our community. We look forward to continue our partnership and our progress together. And to all the students, please remember, no dream is too big or too small. Keep chasing yours. Muchas gracias.
Thank you again, Ford Fund, for your support and for sharing such great advice with our students. Now, again, if you are just joining us today, this morning, welcome. Please note that there is a chat box at the right of your screen where you will be able to send your comments and questions throughout the day. Also, after every guest speaker, just like we did last year, students 6th through 12th grade will have the opportunity to win prizes by answering questions in the chat box about speaker presentations. So pay close attention for every speaker presentation. Good luck to everyone, and we hope that you enjoy our programming. Our first guest speaker today is Dr. Alicia Abella. She's the Managing Director, Telecom Media Entertainment Industry Solutions for Google Cloud, leading in North America and Latin America regions. Today, she will be sharing her journey to her dream job in just a few minutes. Welcome, Dr. Abella. It is a pleasure to virtually meet you.
Thank you. Lovely to be here and nice to see you.
Yes, I know we spoke before, but I didn't actually get to virtually meet you yet. So
Looking forward to all the great questions I hope we're going to get today.
yes, I've already let the students know that after your presentation, we will be taking some question and answers, and we will be asking them some questions for a chance to win some prizes. So we hope that they are paying attention. Now, I will let Raul start loading your presentation, but in the meantime, would you like to share anything with our students before we get started?
Sure, happy to. Again, thank you, Seth, for the opportunity to be here today and to the wonderful students who have joined today. I hope that what I have to tell you, my story, my career path, and some little pieces of advice will help you along your journey and your successes in life. So that's what I'm here to do today, is to kind of outline who I am, where I came from, my background, and some interesting little anecdotes along the way.
Thank you, Dr. Abea. I see that Raul is still working on loading that presentation up for you. Now, I know you are calling from New Jersey. How is the weather there?
Well, I'll tell you that the weather has been absolutely gorgeous the last few days. So it's been nice to get outside a little bit and enjoy the weather, especially given how often we spend time inside. And a lot of my day is spent on meetings and phone calls that require me to be inside. So every now and again, I like to sneak out and get some fresh air.
Now, do you work at a Google campus or is it remote work still?
It is still remote work, and of course, Google is a global company, and so there are offices all over the globe. And when we all go back to work depends on where you are. And so I understand that our headquarters, which are in Mountain View, California, have started to open up a little bit. So a few people are able to go into the office, but it's going to be very cautiously. I myself am going to be eventually working out of the New York City office. So Google has offices in New York City. I live in New Jersey. So once that opens up and they tell us that it's safe to go in, I'll be able to go into New York to that office.
Well, no, I know a lot of us have enjoyed our time at home, but sometimes we do miss being in the office.
Yes, and I have not even seen The Office yet because I joined Google during the pandemic.
Oh,
And so
wow.
that's been interesting. So all of my interviews happened virtually like this. And I have not yet met my colleagues in person, and I haven't seen my office.
Okay, I do see that Raul has your presentation up at the top, but we are not seeing it on the center platform, Raul.
I'm seeing it in a small window,
I am
yes?
too. It's up at the top,
Okay.
but it should be playing in the center of the screen. So I'll give him a few seconds to see if we can get that playing in the center of the screen.
So while he's doing that, I'll tell you a funny story then, Melissa, that I don't know how many of the students who are on the call have seen the movie, but there is a movie called The Internship, which talks about Google a lot and about the internship and the interview process at Google and what it was like to work on the campus at Google. Don't know if anybody has seen that movie. I actually only saw clips of it, but I decided to go look at it again this morning in case I got any questions about it today. I went back and I looked at the clips, and at the end, when I do the question and answers, I'll showcase something that was also featured in that movie.
I actually have seen the movie. I thought it was hilarious, and I often do wonder if it was exaggerated, the process that they go through, or if it's actually real, the interview process that was displayed in the movie.
I can tell you it's a rigorous process for sure. Yeah. And the questions you get can be a little bit interesting to answer.
Okay, I do see that your presentation is up, and he's pulling that up as a full page, so I'll let you get started, Dr. Abea.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. And again, thank you for having me here today and to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about my past and my career and answer questions that the students may have and hopefully inspire our next generation of STEM leaders. So again, I'm Alicia Abella and I am with Google, although I've only been with Google for 10 months now, so not even a year. So I am officially what Google calls a noogler. And they have lots of funny terms like that, but I am a noogler because I am new. So I'm going to start off by giving you a little bit of my background and where I came from. So if we go to the next slide, you'll have some pictures that kind of give you a little hint as to where I might be from. There are some old 50s looking cars, beautiful blue beaches, cigars, um, and one of my favorite little cocktails, which is the mojito. So if you have any clues as to where I'm from, I will tell you that my parents are from Cuba and they immigrated to the United States in the 1960s. And I was born in New York, so I actually haven't gone too far from New York City, but that's where I was born and raised. And my parents, in fact, met in New York. They didn't meet in Cuba. It just so happens that the two of them were from Cuba and met at work. My mother having sworn when she left Cuba she would never marry a Cuban man. And lo and behold, she did and loved him very much. And so I grew up in New York City. So if we go to the next slide, to be more specific, they're my parents and there am I. I think maybe less than a year old. My father's name was Orlando, my mother Blanca, and I am an only child, and being an only child, growing up in a Latino community meant also that I was very protected, and that's part of the reason also why I also studied in New York and went to university in New York. My parents didn't want me to go too far away. I was fortunate that New York had a lot of great schools to go to, but I'll get to that in a little bit. If we go to the next slide. Oops, one before that one. There we go. So I grew up in Queens, New York. In fact, right there on the left-hand side, that building there is where I grew up. I actually went to visit, I want to say now about 6 years ago, I took my son to see where I grew up in Queens. And I had seen that, in fact, it had changed quite a bit since I was there. So now the home that I grew up in was now a medical center. So it's not anymore a place for people to live, for residents. That window in the middle was my bedroom window, which at the time was not boarded up with bars, but being that it is in the city, I can imagine that for safety reasons, the new owners probably put bars up. And then on the right-hand side, I chose to illustrate a picture of Rockefeller Center in New York City and all of the flags of all the countries that are exhibited at Rockefeller Center in Manhattan. And I like this picture because it captures what it was that I really liked about growing up in New York City. And it really was that melting pot, the fact that there are people from so many different countries all over the world. And my friends represented people from all over, all different countries of South America and Central America and the Caribbean, but also from China, from India. It was such a melting pot that I think it's that gave me also the interest and the passion to always get involved in diversity activities at work and at school, always trying to embrace the different people from different backgrounds and cultures. There's so much that we can learn from each other. So I wanted to showcase that because I think having grown up in New York helped with that. Next slide. So a little bit about my education. I went to a Catholic elementary school and a Catholic high school in New York. And during that trip that I took my son to see where I was born and raised, the whole point of that trip, in addition to showing him where I was born and raised, was to actually have him see the experience I had every day going to high school. My high school was in a town called Astoria, New York. And from where I lived to get to Astoria would take one way about an hour and a half. And I had to take 3 different subways and trains and then walk to get there, all carrying a big heavy backpack because at the time there were no iPads. You didn't carry your books electronically, you carried them as big textbooks with a lot of notebooks and a lot of binders. And so we had that trip and I took him all the way to my high school and it took an hour and a half to get there. And I had to remind him that then I had to spend all day in school and then get back on the train the other way for another hour and a half to get home. But it was again, a great experience, great friendships, and a great education. And as a result of that, I decided to apply and was accepted to New York University, where I graduated with a degree in computer science. And so my bachelor's degree is in computer science. I often get asked the question, how did you get interested in computer science? Why computer science? And I have to say it was for very practical reasons. Again, having been a child of immigrant parents who were, middle class working parents at the time, there wasn't a lot of money to really spend on a lot of time in school. And I worked during school, before school, and in order to help offset some of the tuition that they were paying. And then the tuitions at the universities weren't even as high as they are now. My son, in fact, just graduated also from New York University just this past Wednesday. So he too is now an alumni of the same university. But when I went to the university, I decided to major in computer science because at the time you have to realize when that was. So this is a time before Steve Jobs had started Apple and before Bill Gates started Microsoft. They were probably still in their garages, but they were starting to, not they, but the whole industry was starting to move to this notion of having computers that would sit on everybody's desk. So it wasn't anymore a big computer room, someplace in a big room with lots of air conditioning to keep the machines cool. They were gonna be small enough to be on everybody's desk. And it occurred to me in high school when I was a junior, senior, that this probably meant that everybody at some point was going to have one of those either in their homes or certainly in the offices. And there would always be a need to have somebody who knew how to operate a computer. And that meant I would have a job and I would be employed. And so that was first and foremost on my mind because I knew my parents had spent a lot of effort to save money to send me there. I wanted to make sure that when I graduated, I had something that then I could become independent as a result of studying that particular major. I also found out that I was pretty good at it. And so it was when I was a junior in high school that I took my first computer programming class. And I really enjoyed it. I guess not too surprisingly, I was the only girl in the class as well. All the other students were boys. And I liked it so much that that's why I decided, well, between liking it and also seeing that I would probably have a job afterwards, made me want to major in computer science. Well, at NYU, also, the whole area of computer science is very male dominated. So I also get a lot of questions about what is it like to be a woman when there's a lot of men around. And I have to say that I don't really notice it anymore. Maybe I got used to it, or it may have also been what my father did for me as well. When I was going to high school, he told me I had a choice to go to an all-girls school or a co-ed school. And his preference was to send me to a co-ed school because he said in life, you'll have to interact and work with men. Might as well get used to it early. That doesn't always work for everybody. There are people who thrive better in environments of single gender schools, but I'm kind of glad he did that for me because it turned out that, in fact, I would have picked a major and a job that is quite male dominated. Okay, so then I decided as an undergrad that I would go on to graduate school. And again, you might ask, what made you decide that? And what made me decide that was an internship. So you're probably going to hear this more than once, and some of you maybe have already heard this advice about the importance of internships. And so I had in my junior year at college an internship with AT&T. And I had an internship with AT&T Bell Labs, which at the time and before I joined was this real mecca for science and innovation and invention. So many of the technologies we take for granted today were invented there. And so I was extremely honored and excited to have an internship opportunity there. And when I was there, everybody I worked with and everybody I met, these scientists and engineers who were inventing, who invented the transistor that's in every phone that we use today, or that invented the laser, or that invented, well, the telephone, of course, but also some of the other underlying technologies that enable a lot of what we do today, even like the GPS systems were invented there. And those people that I interacted with there, they all had this very lofty degree, which was a PhD, Doctor of Philosophy. And I would say probably close to 90% of the people there had that. And that experience there and the people I worked with there made me realize, oh my gosh, I want to come back and work here. But in order to do that, I would have to get a PhD. So I said, fine, no problem. I'll go and get a PhD, not really knowing what exactly was involved in it or what it would take. But I knew that I wanted to go back and work at AT&T Bell Labs. So when I got back to school the next semester, I applied to graduate schools, and I applied also to fellowships and scholarships because at that point my parents were not going to be able to afford to send me to graduate school. So I was trying to get funding and financial support so that I could go to school and graduate school. And so I did, and I was able to, I got accepted to Columbia University, and I was also given a scholarship for 6 years to attend the university for free. And in addition, they also gave me money to live on. So I was able to have a place to live and food to feed myself for up to 6 years. I ended up doing my doctorate degree in 4.5 years. So I saved my company a little bit of money on that. And I again decided to major and get my doctorate degree, also in the field of computer science, but specifically artificial intelligence. You know, artificial intelligence is something that gets talked a lot about now. At Google especially, we have a lot of activities in AI. And at the time, this was now 30 years ago, AI was already something that had been around for already decades even then. And so I specialized in something called image processing and natural language processing. A lot of the kinds of technologies that today are inside the various systems that we talk to today, like Siri or Google Assistant or Alexa, these are all based on technologies of which I did and studied for my PhD. So in fact, this is usually where I like to tell one story, and this is a story of perseverance. I heard the speaker a little bit earlier from Ford talk a little bit about it as well. When I was in graduate school, we had to pass several big exams in order to qualify to graduate with a doctorate degree. And they were in 4 different areas of computer science: software, artificial intelligence, hardware, and the theory of computer science. So very mathematical theory. And I had reached a point where I had passed 3 out of my 4 qualifying exams. And the one that I had left was the theory exam. And these exams varied in length, usually about 3 hours to 4 hours, except the hardware one, which was an 8-hour exam, which was exhausting. But the theory one, I remember taking it, and I was not very good at theory. I was much more practical. I like to build things that I could see function and run. But I took the exam and I failed the exam. Fortunately for me, they didn't have a limit on the number of times you could take the exam. So I thought, okay, fine. I failed it. I probably didn't study enough. Next time I'll study harder and I'll pass it. And so they only offered the exam every semester. And so I had to wait till the next semester to take the exam again. And I took the exam a second time. And again, I failed the exam. Now I'm starting to get a little worried, right? And not to mention the fact that I've studied now the same book twice and still haven't been able to, get it enough to be able to pass it. And, in my mind, this was the last obstacle I had to overcome before I had the opportunity to apply to the job at Bell Labs at AT&T that I so wanted, right? No guarantees that I was going to get that job at AT&T, but that was my goal. And it's always important to set goals so that you know what it is you have to do to get to that goal. So for me, it was get the PhD. In order to get the PhD, I had to get through this exam. And so I said, fine, third time is the charm, right? That's the adage, third time is the charm. So I studied for the exam a third time. And the third time, I failed the exam. Okay, so now I didn't have an adage to lean on, and I'd studied this thing 3 times. And the only thing I could do at that point was go back to my room and cry, because it was starting to get upsetting, not to mention discouraging. And after a good night's sleep and the realization that I still had this big goal in my head that I wanted to achieve, I decided to do it one more time. And I studied again, that same book, a 4th time. And the 4th time, I finally passed that exam. And after that, I was able to continue to do the work I needed to complete for the PhD and graduated. There's my picture with my parents on the steps of Columbia University with my PhD gown, having completed all the requirements necessary for that degree. And a few months before graduating, I did get a call from AT&T that they were hiring. And part of that was also because I kept in touch with a lot of the people that I met when I was an intern there as an undergrad. And that's probably a secondary piece of information and advice to give, the importance of internships and also the importance of networking and keeping in touch with people you've met, Now there are tools like LinkedIn to connect with professionals. For me, it was emails that I would keep in touch with these folks. And so when I was about to graduate, I reached out to them and I said, look, I'm going to graduate. Do you have something? And they said, yeah, we have some openings. So I was able to go in, interview, and get that job that I had set my goal to achieving almost 5 years before that, and start my job with AT&T back in 1995. So that was a whole story about how I got into what I wanted to study, about the importance of perseverance, about the importance of setting goals so that you know how to achieve them and what obstacles you have to kind of overcome in order to get there. All right, and I guess the other story is, you often see people as successful and you think that everything's always gone their way, but it not always goes the way you plan, and sometimes you've got to replan or just work that much harder. There is a secondary part of that story that I like to tell, the story of that exam. So it turns out that 15 years after I took that exam, I found myself at AT&T sitting across the desk, or so it was like a meeting. So we were sitting in a conference table, big table, and across from me was this man. And he introduced himself, and I realized, even after 15 years, that this man that I was a peer of and who worked at AT&T, we were both managers at the time, was the author of that book that I had to study for 4 times to pass that exam. He was the author. He invented a lot of the material and work that went into that whole body of work of the theory of computer science. And there I was sitting across the table as peers of his, having studied his book so many times. It took me several years after meeting him, and maybe it was the shock of meeting him, but several years to tell him the story of how I had studied so hard from his book that I wanted to burn after I was done. So that's another little story I'd like to tell. Okay, let's go to the next slide if we can. Okay, so a little bit about my family currently. There we are on the left, my husband, me and my son, Mark, the one who graduated on Wednesday from NYU as well. This was just a couple of years ago in Florida. I met my husband, Alex, in graduate school. So he too was going to Columbia University, majoring in computer science as well. He studied robotics. I was studying natural language processing. These are our 2 cats, Tunisia in the middle and Leo on the right. And as Melissa said earlier, I live in New Jersey, although a couple of years ago, I did have the opportunity to live for almost 3 years in Texas. I was in Dallas, Texas, working at AT&T because AT&T has its headquarters in Dallas, Texas. Before that, my entire career was spent at AT&T's labs in New Jersey. Next slide. Okay. So just a little bit about some of the interesting opportunities I've had and the people that I've met along the way that I wanted to highlight here today. I talked about at the beginning how having grown up in New York City, this melting pot of many different cultures and people kind of inspired me to embrace diversity and to also help serve the Hispanic Latino communities. And so it was with distinct pleasure and honor that I was able to serve for President Obama's administration, where I served 6 years on the White House Commission for Educational Excellence for Hispanics. This commission was comprised of 30 commissioners from all over the United States, all who had some involvement in education, whether they were professors at universities, elementary school teachers, myself having been a Latina in STEM. They wanted somebody there to represent STEM. And our role on this commission was to help advise the president on policies that could be enacted that could help reduce the educational gap that exists in the Hispanic community. And it was a great experience, and met a lot of incredible people there. I always get the question, did I meet President Obama? I said yes. In fact, we had many of our meetings at the White House as part of this commission. And the picture here of Obama on the left was taken at an event that he hosted for all of the commissioners on the White House lawn. And he came to greet us. So I got to shake his hand. And this commission was also a commission that you had to be sworn into. And so again, I had the incredible honor of being sworn in by Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. And everything they say about her is absolutely true, that she is this very soft-spoken, thoughtful individual. Even in just a few minutes that I had in her presence, that came through loud and clear. And then one of my fellow commissioners also happens to be Shakira. And so got to work with her. She has an organization, a nonprofit organization that's also dedicated to like pre-K education for very young students, to help them get a jump start on their education. And so that's me there with Shakira. Whenever she showed up to a meeting, so did all the press and all the cameras. So it was great PR for the White House Commission whenever she came along. Okay, there'll be a story about, because you may be thinking, how did somebody who was working at AT&T, had a doctorate in computer science, end up on the White House Commission? And stay tuned for that story. All right, next. Yep, okay, so a little quick flyby on my AT&T days before joining Google. I spent 25 years of my career at AT&T, left-hand side with Murray Hill, New Jersey. That's where I joined. That's where I was also an intern. That's what inspired me to go on to get my PhD. That building's still there. It belongs now to a company called Nokia. So it's Nokia Bell Labs. So I drive by it quite frequently, especially when I go visit my mother, because she lives on the other side of that building pretty much. Then I also worked for AT&T in a place called Florham Park, New Jersey, not far from Murray Hill, when AT&T had to be spun, like different pieces had to be spun out of it because we were too big. The government decided we're too big of a monopoly. And so we got a little smaller, moved to Florham Park, New Jersey. Our lease was up in that building, so then we moved to Bedminster, New Jersey. And then finally, as I mentioned, I spent the last 3 years almost living in Dallas, Texas. That's where our headquarters were. I moved there as a result of a promotion that I got to become a VP, a vice president to help AT&T launch its big 5G network service and edge computing service. And I worked a lot with really helping the company deploy all of the network and infrastructure that was going to be needed to be able to deliver what's coming, which is 5G, which is the next thing after 4G and LTE. There on the left-hand side, I have just a list of some of the areas that I did research in, or that the groups that I managed, the areas of research that they were working on. You'll see there that cloud technologies is an area. Cloud is where I am now at Google. So Google has a lot of different companies and organizations that comprise the big Google. And one of them is Google Cloud. And so that's where I am currently employed, is in the Google Cloud organization, based on my work and experience at AT&T. And as I said, I joined Google just 10 months ago. Next slide. So one of the things that was super exciting when I was at AT&T was getting patents. So for a company, patents are very important because that's a way of protecting their intellectual property. When they have a good idea, they want to be able to protect that idea. And so patents are a way of doing that. And here I have a little plaque that denotes my first patent that I got, and you can see my name there and the number and when it was issued and a little brief description of it. But the patent represents a project that I worked on called How May I Help You? And today we take all these speech recognition technologies for granted. In fact, my Google Assistant was talking here to me a second ago. But at the time, 30 years ago, it was still very much a research experiment. And this particular project was really the first time any company had ever deployed a spoken dialogue system in a network where people can talk to it. And this was intended and deployed to help answer phone calls from customers that had questions about their phone bill. So that was my first patent. I ended up ultimately getting 29 patents while at AT&T. Next slide. Okay, I just wanted to show some of the cool projects that I worked on, again, still at AT&T, because you have to remember, 25 years there, only 10 months at Google. But many people think of AT&T as just this telephone company, but they do a lot of other innovative work. And part of that work was something that I worked on called Echo, and this was a social music listening service that we put together. And the context here is important too, because again, this was before Spotify, before Rhapsody, before Pandora and all those applications. AT&T was working on something very similar to be able to deliver this music service through an iPhone. And this was just as the iPhone had been launched. So it was also at the beginning of the smartphone era. So that was a cool project to work on. Next. This was another one that I had an opportunity to work in, and we called this project Got My Stuff. And this one used a technology very similar to what you might find in books when you go to a bookstore, on clothing when you buy in the store. They have these little tags that if you go out the door without taking it off, it'll ring and it'll alarm. That's called RFID. So we decided to take that idea and say, well, what if we put these little stickers on all different things, like my purse, my phone, my hat, my gym bag, and I equipped my car with what was called an RFID reader, so that when I got into the car and I turned the ignition on, it would detect and make sure that I had all the things I needed to leave that day from the home. And if I was missing anything, it would alert me and tell me that I was forgetting my badge to go to my office, or I forgot my sneakers. So that's why it was called Got My Stuff. So this was also a fun and practical project. Next. Okay, and so now we're about 10 months ago is when I joined Google Cloud in August of 2020. As I mentioned, I joined during the pandemic, which was an interesting experience. So it's a little bit like that movie, the internship. All my interviews were done through video cameras and no in-person interviews. And you might ask what made me decide to go to Google. Well, 25 years is a long time, and as good as AT&T was in a lot of the great projects, I think it was a time for a change. And Google Cloud was hiring people with my expertise. And so what I do today at Google Cloud is to still work very closely with the telecommunications industry and working with them to help build solutions and sell them products and services that will help them do their job better, and also to deliver products for their customers. So I still am very much close to working with AT&T, but also a lot of the other companies as well, like Verizon and T-Mobile and the cable operators as well. And I have responsibility for all of those companies in North America as well as Latin America. So I also work with a team that is in South America and Mexico as well, helping to sell Google Cloud products to them. Next, I want to make sure I leave time for questions. Okay, so this is where I promised I would give a little story about how I got involved in the White House Commission. So it was about a year before I started on that commission that I was honored to be one of the top 5 women of business, according to the Hispanic Business Magazine. And as a result of that, I was invited to an event in Los Angeles. And at the time, I had actually never been to Los Angeles, so I was very much looking forward to the event and going to Los Angeles. And when I got to the event, the host that was coordinating the event came up to me in a kind of excited state and said, "Oh, Alicia, thank you for coming. I need your help with something. Can you please moderate a panel during the event?" I said, "Sure, not a problem. Happy to do that." And then he says, "Oh, and can you also give the closing remarks at the event?" I said, "Oh, sure, no problem." Meanwhile, I was also expected to give a few words and a speech accepting the award. So while I had lunch, because this was a lunch event, I wrote the closing remarks, I moderated the panel, and I gave my acceptance remarks. And the reason why he asked me to do all these things is because he was expecting the 5 women that had been named top 5 women of the year to be there at the luncheon. But in fact, only 2 of us were able to be there. I don't know what the reason was that the other 3 weren't there, but the 2 of us were there. And that is why I was able to get a lot of presence and stage time. And after the event, as it's very common in a lot of these events, a lot of people came up to me afterwards to wanting to talk to me and giving me their business cards, which I promptly put in my purse. And then after the event, went and did a little sightseeing in Los Angeles, and then came back home. And a few weeks later, my phone rings at my office. And I pick up the phone, and the man at the other end of the line says, "Oh, I'm so-and-so. And we met at the event in Los Angeles." Now, having met so many people there, I couldn't remember who he was. But while we were talking, I went through all my business cards and picked up his and realized that the business card had on it the presidential seal. And so now he had my attention. And he says, I'm calling you because I heard what you had to say at the event, and I think you'd really be a great addition. Would you want to work with the president?" And at the time, I was so taken aback that I said, "The president of the United States?" And he says, "Yes, President Obama." And I said, "Yes." And he says, "Well, you can think about it if you want to." And I said, "No, I don't need to think about it. Yes, I will do it." I didn't really know what would be involved, but just the opportunity to work with the administration, to work with the community, to help in the cause that he was describing, I knew I would have to do. So I tell that story with this title, Opportunities Don't Knock Twice, so grab them, because in fact, I thought, well, it is because I kind of went up there and I did what I said I was going to do, and I volunteered to help at that event, and that I had that opportunity to be in front of this man who ended up being the one who was recruiting all the commissioners. And it could have been one of those other women who didn't attend. So, opportunities like that don't knock twice. So my advice is always grab them. Okay, so I think I only had one more maybe slide before we take questions. Yeah, so this is still related to that, right? Again, getting out of the dressing room and onto the stage, meaning, when you have an opportunity to put yourself out there, do so, because you don't know what might come of it. And for me, it was that opportunity to work for President Obama. Okay, and I think that's it. I think we might be able to open it now for questions. Yes, very good. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. I loved all your stories. They were all so interesting. And I know the kids were paying attention too, because they started asking questions. And, I'm supposed to be picking some questions out of the information that you have been giving us this whole time. And I just have too many questions now. Because you had such interesting content. But I do want to get to some of the questions of the kids first. And one of the things that they were interested in was your story of how you failed your theory exam 4 times, or you took it 4 times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to know what that felt like. Did you feel like giving
Mm-hmm.
up? Why did you keep
Mm-hmm.
trying?
Yeah. Uh, the first 2 times it wasn't that hard. It was after the third time that was really difficult. That's why really I went to my room and cried. And what helped me through it, I mean, part of it is maybe a natural grit that I have, a natural tendency of, wanting to overcome, and I'm inherently ambitious. But I think the other was, again, that setting that goal. I had a goal in my head, and that goal was to get that job at Bell Labs at AT&T. And this exam was in my way, right? So I had to get this exam out of the way in order to then position myself for that goal. And if you don't have a goal that you set for yourself, and that was a big grandiose goal. It doesn't have to be big grandiose goals. Sometimes little goals are important too. And it was that was like my North Star, right? That I could point to and say, that's what I want to do. So I have to get this exam done. And that's why I persevered. I also had very supportive parents who all along said I could do anything. And again, I told the story of my father sending me to co-ed school, and my mother always saying, you can do whatever a man does, you can do it too. So all of that, I think, helped.
Thank you, Dr. Bea. And now they are really pouring in, so I will try to go through these as fast as possible. How beneficial has it been to be bilingual?
Great question. And I should have mentioned that earlier. It was very beneficial, and I'll tell you how. I mentioned that I had applied to scholarships and fellowships to get my PhD, right? Well, the organization that gave me the fellowship was a national security agency, which is an agency of the Department of Defense, which is a whole other story I could probably spend an hour talking about. Was my summer internship at the NSA in Washington, D.C. But the work I did there was all in Spanish. And so the fact that I was fluent in Spanish, both speaking it and reading it and writing it, helped me with that fellowship, which ultimately is what enabled me to get my PhD. So that's one example. The second example of when it's been helpful is right now. So as I mentioned, I have all of the telecommunications accounts in North America and in Latin America. So many of the conversations and meetings I have with clients today, I have to do fully in Spanish. So that's another one that helped. I'm the only person that in my group that my boss has as direct reports that speak Spanish. So it was natural to give me the accounts in Latin America.
Great. So see, all of us parents that tell you kids that it's important to learn and speak Spanish, Dr. Bea just confirmed it. So another question that we have here is, how does it feel to be such a role model for kids like me? And they have a side comment, I love your work.
Okay. How does it feel? Oh, for me, it just feels like I'm so glad to have an opportunity to speak to all of you, to hopefully, you know, inspire you to follow and do some of the things I've done, or even if it's not what I've done, it's something that you want to do, right? Something that you're passionate about doing, that you have an interest in, that you have an aptitude in. I just love talking to young people, and I love um, and I look forward to the kinds of questions you all have, because my experience in working with young people, and I had for a long time, many years, I worked with a nonprofit organization. So I had very close relationships with students and teachers, and I always challenged them, and I gave them really hard projects to work on. And no matter how hard that project was, they always, always, always overachieved. And they always delivered more than I expected them to. And that's part of the excitement of working with the students. And so it makes me feel good.
Thank you. Another question that we have, how do you feel about accomplishing many amazing things in your career?
I don't even think about it, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind of busy still learning and wanting to do more. And so I don't even feel like I mean, while yes, these are things I've done in my past, and I guess they're called accomplishments, I still feel like there's so much still to do and achieve and do and enjoy, and that I'm always learning. So I think another important thing to note here is to always be curious and ask questions, and because by asking questions, you might open up a door to something that wasn't open before. And I'm still doing that today.
Well, Dr. Bea, we are wrapping up our hour with
Okay.
you. We
Can I
do
share my
appreciate.
Google?
Oh, yes, I love that story. So go ahead and share it with the students.
Yeah, no, well, so this is the hat that they give all new employees, and it's the hat. I think you see it in that internship movie. In fact, it's really the propeller hat, right? So that was kind of funny when I got it. So I haven't even taken the tags off because I think this must be some kind of collector's item at some point. But I still find it even now very I still pinch myself because I can't believe that I've been able to have the career I had at AT&T, and now I find myself in Google, which is another very innovative company creating really great things.
You know, and just one little thing that I was amazed about your presentation was how you were already working on some of the technology that
Mhm.
the kids are now benefiting from today. So it's amazing the things that you can actually work on that now become, you know, something else, another product for another company. So congratulations on your achievements and your
Thank
new
you.
job at Google. It has been such a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to meet you, Dr. Abea. Do you have
Thank
any
you.
last minute words for our students?
No, I think really I wanted to again emphasize that to be curious, to ask questions. I saw a lot of questions popping up here on the screen. Don't stop asking questions. Don't stop being curious. Read and read different perspectives and different points of view, because again, that's important too. So thank you. Thank you, Sed, for having me here. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day to the students, and persevere. Remember, the perseverance is important.
Thank you, Dr. Bea. Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
Students, thank you so much for sending in your questions. I couldn't get to all of them, but please, with every presenter, you can definitely send in questions and I'll start browsing through them. So when they finish, we can start going through them with the presenters. So before we move on to our next presenter, we do want to hear from our corporate sponsor and board member, Laura Quintana at Cisco.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic community day. To all of you, especially the students who have joined from across the US and Puerto Rico, I want to say thank you. You are here because you are investing in yourself and in your future. Today, there are people here representing government, your community, and some of the most powerful companies across the United States that have come together just for you. Here at Cisco, we are the world's leader in technology that powers the internet. As we think about how the world will work, learn, and connect people in the future, we need all of you. You're the future engineers, product developers, coders, designers, and jobs we haven't thought of yet, who bring the future forward. We are so pleased to work with SED as a Cisco Networking Academy partner. Together, we are advancing a world of opportunity. I wish you all a great and fun day of impact.
Thank you, Cisco. Now, students, for the time that you've been waiting for, here is your opportunity to win some prizes. I hope you were paying attention to Dr. Abea's presentation because I will be asking you 4 questions about her presentation. Now, you have asked me where do you enter your answers. So if you look in your chat where you have been submitting questions, go down to the bottom where you enter a chat, and where it says to, you will change that to host. So you will be sending all your responses to the host in the drop-down menu in the chat. Okay? Are you ready? So let me look at my notes here. I have quite a bit of questions. My first question is, What is the bachelor's degree that Dr. Abea has? Question number 1 is, what is the bachelor's degree that Dr. Abea has? Okay. Question 2, what class did Dr. Abea take in middle school that helped her decide that she was passionate about computer science? What class did Dr. Abea take in middle school that helped her decide that she was passionate about computer science? Question 3, which Supreme Court justice did Dr. Abea work with? Which Supreme Court justice did Dr. Abea work with? And our last question, for a chance for you to win some prizes, how many patents did Dr. Abea have at AT&T? How many patents did Dr. Abea have at AT&T? Okay, that concludes our first round of questions. Good luck to everyone. Again, please submit your responses in the chat to the host for a chance to win some prizes. And now, a few words from our board member and corporate sponsor, Jackie Puente with Comcast, NBC Universal, Telemundo.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. My name is Jackie Puente and I'm the Executive Director of External Affairs for Comcast, NBC Universal, Telemundo. And on behalf of everybody on my team and at our company, it is an honor and a pleasure to be able to support the SARE National Conference this year, even though we're all in a virtual format. 2020 and 2021 have been very different years for all of us. And I'm so proud of the nonstop work and the commitment and dedication that Ignacio Salazar and the entire SARE team have brought to the table to help deliver programs and services to help all of our families and all of our communities. This work has been so important. I'm so proud that our company has been able to continue our support during these times. It's been a very, very busy year for folks in the internet business. One of the things that we've been working on is helping connect families to the internet at home. We've learned it's no longer just about watching Netflix and entertainment, but we've seen our whole society shift as families are now experiencing telework, learning from home, distance learning, and even healthcare online to stay safe and healthy during COVID-19. All of this work has been supported by our work on Internet Essentials, the Comcast program to help families get internet for $9.95 a month, and also now work that we're doing with the Federal Communications Commission around the Emergency Broadband Benefit, which is a new program that opened in May 2021 to help families get up to $50 a month to pay their internet bills. And you can learn more about that at fcc.gov. Our company has also been very busy at NBC Universal and Telemundo as we've been helping educate people about how they can get the safe COVID-19 vaccine. And we have a whole website called Plan Your Vaccine, and in Spanish, supported by Telemundo, called Planifica tu Vacuna. These are just a few of the things that we've done. It's kept us very busy this year, but we hope that this will help make a difference as we get back to society and people can return to the classrooms, to work, and of course, to the movie theaters. I just want to say thank you to everybody for participating in this conference. I want to congratulate all of the students that are doing great work, and I hope to see you all very soon. Have a great conference.
Thank you. Now, our next speaker is someone that I have had the pleasure and honor of presenting before, and you may have also seen him previously on our conference or community days. But his message always resonates with us, whether young or old, and his journey from outer space, from the fields in California, will forever be one of our favorite stories to share. Please help me welcome retired NASA astronaut Jose Hernandez. Hola, Jose, are you there?
I am here. How you doing, Melissa?
Great, how are you? It's a pleasure to see you again.
A pleasure being here. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and always happy to be here for SER. I feel like a family member of SER, and thank you very much for keeping the invitation open for me to come and speak to the kids, because I tell you, the message I want, if the kids walk away with anything, es el dicho que se vale soñar en grande. In other words, you can dream big. And the beauty of my conference, Melissa, is that I tell my story in a way that I give the kids the tools to convert their dreams into reality. Based on my experience, I do a whole lessons learned of my 58 years of existence in life, and I sum it up like a good engineer that I am, and the cliff notes of life, and give it to the kids and say, look, follow these rules and use these tools, and you too can look up in the sky and say, sky's not the limit anymore. The stars are. And so I'm very happy to be here, Melissa. Muchas gracias, sobrinita. Her last name's Hernandez, so I call her sobrina. And we're not related, but I still call her sobrina. So thank you very much, Melissa. Aquí estamos. We're ready to
Thank
start.
you, Jose. And don't worry, I tell everyone we're related.
Good. I'll claim you as a relative. No te preocupes.
Now, before we get started, I do want to remind all our students that while Jose is doing his presentation, I will be taking down some questions to ask you guys later for a chance to win some prizes. Now, Jose has tons of information and tons of stories to share with you, so pay attention. Thank you, Jose. I'll let you get started.
Yes, thank you very much, Melissa. And because I want to move fast, I want to dive straight into the presentation so we can go to the title page. I know my good friend Raul, who's at the driver's seat of the presentations, is going to put us on the title page, and we'll be able to talk about what we're going to be talking about the next hour. I'm going to try and leave time for questions and answers as well. But the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to sort of establish, and I'm not sure, Melissa, I'm still seeing you, so I'm not sure if we've put the presentation on yet.
I think Raul is still working on it. I see it up above, and so we will wait till he puts it in the center of the platform. But if you would like to get started a little ahead.
I'll go ahead and get started. You know, the title page is not that important because it just has my mugshot on there and the title of the presentation. But if we can go to the next slide, and we'll just dive straight into the presentation, because I have a lot of information. I'm gonna speak fast. I'll be speaking clearly, but I just want to make sure that you guys get that information. What I want to do first is I want to talk a little bit about my background in terms of I think it's important. Yes, I'm an astronaut. Yes, I'm a former NASA astronaut. Yes, I flew on the Space Shuttle Discovery to the International Space Station. Yes, I was the flight engineer. But more importantly, I think the story that's more important is how I got there. Because like I said, se vale soñar en grande. If you take anything away, is I want to give you the license to dream big. And then I'm going to give you the tools to convert that dream into reality. So, you know, like many first generation Mexican Americans, my parents come from Mexico, and they come from a state of Michoacan. And my father, as a 15-year-old, came to the United States like many immigrants or migrants, more than anything at that point, because he comes from a large family and he needed to earn money to provide for his siblings and help his father and mother. So he came as a 15-year-old, undocumented at first, and basically established a routine that many Michoacanos do, which is follow the harvest of the crops. In other words, he would spend 2 months in Southern California, 2 months in Central California, 5 months in Northern California, and then go back home for 3 months. And when he turned 18, he was able to get his documentation in order, and now he was able to legally cross the border. At 19, he meets my mom, and they get married. I guess vieron estrellitas, I don't know, but they got married. And the good thing is my dad incorporated my mom in what he called la corrida. So he would bring her 9 months to California, 3 months to Michoacan. And that's how they did it. Well, like any marriage, kids come along. And where you're born at was dictated by what month you were born. If you guys know about statistics, you know there's what, 12 months in a year? You're 9 months in California, 3 months in Mexico. So you got a 9 and 12 chances of being born in the States, and a 3 and 12 chances of being born in Mexico. See, I'm putting math into this story already, right? Well, I beat those odds, and I was born here in California because I was born in August, peak of harvest season. So I was born in our last stop, Stockton, California. I have a brother. You see him there in the picture to the right. He too was born in California because he was born in September. But you see my sister in the middle there, and my other brother who took the picture, they were born in the winter months. So they were born in Mexico. And so that's how that's how the story goes as to why we were born in different parts of the world, different countries, even being siblings. Now, when we started school, when we became of school age, there's 4 of us, and I'm the youngest of 4. When we started school age kindergarten, our first stop was Southern California, Ontario Chino. Imagine me going to school for the first time in kindergarten. My kindergarten teacher, my friends, I get to know them pretty well, but in 2 months, come and go pretty quickly. Vámonos a Salinas, Central California. I get another kindergarten teacher, another set of friends. As I'm getting used to it, 2 months come and go. Y nos vamos a Stockton for our 3rd stop. Now I'm up down to my 3rd kindergarten teacher, my 3rd set of friends, and then it would be time to go to Mexico. So we would get 3 months worth of homework because we didn't go to school in Mexico. We self-studied in my grandma's kitchen, y allí estudiábamos. So as you can see, it wasn't a very conducive environment to grow up in with respect to education, because it got interrupted a lot. This is why I always tell people that even though I was born here in the United States, I wasn't fluent in English until I was about 12 years old because of so many interruptions, and what we spoke in at home era puro español, and that's how it was. And it wasn't good Spanish either because my parents only had a 3rd grade education, so it wasn't like I was formally learning Spanish. Era español de rancho, as I always say, you know. So it was very confusing times, especially when I was an adolescent kid. And because when I would go to Mexico, my cousins would make fun of me because I would speak Spanish funny. Then I would come back to school and my friends would make fun of me because I would speak English with an accent. And it was confusing times because I was, you know, in one place I was too Mexican to be American in the US. And in Mexico, I was too American to be Mexican. And so I would say, entonces, ¿qué soy? You know, and later I found out that it's beautiful to grow up in a bicultural environment because you can get the best of both. You can get the best of both cultures, and then that's what makes you as an individual. So be very proud of your heritage and your background because you know, I used it to my advantage. You know, Alisia Ali, who speaks Spanish, used it to her advantage, our previous speaker, in being able to get those jobs in Latin America. So that's how our life was growing up. I think things changed to the better when my 2nd grade teacher, Miss Young, in our last stop, basically convinced my father that we needed to stay in one place. And this is why we made Stockton, California our home. And she used a beautiful analogy to make sure my dad understood, because my dad's a very proudful man. You know, he's one of those señores that was very quiet, you know, didn't say much, but when you misbehave, you know, you gotta watch out porque sacaba el cinto, you know? And so he was those type of fathers. But when Miss Young told him that we needed to stay in one place, my dad's argument was that even though my parents only had a third grade education, they believed in education. And yes, we worked in the fields, as you see in that picture up there, Saturdays and Sundays, and 7 days a week during the summer, picking fruits and vegetables along the side of my parents to help with the family income. Pero cuando había escuela, we were there. We did not miss school. And my dad and mom made sure we didn't. My mom would always make sure we did our homework after we got back from school. So my dad's argument was, hey, they're in school. And then Miss Young would say, yeah, but you moved 3 different school districts. You know what my dad's answer was? He said, yeah, pero we moved during the weekend, which was right. We finished school, one school district on Friday, and we were in school the next Monday in another town. So we didn't miss school. And then Miss Young would say, yeah, pero you go 3 months to Mexico. And my dad says, yeah, but they take your homework and they do their homework. So in my dad's eyes, he thought he was fulfilling his obligation of giving us an education. And it wasn't until that story of that tree that Miss Young used, because she used an analogy. She said, I'm going to give you a tree, senor. Maybe you can help me with this problem. And she explained to him that she wanted him to find the best ground, fertile ground, dig a hole and plant a tree. Then she said, but in 3 months, I want you to find another piece of land, dig a hole, transplant that tree. And in another 3 months, do the same thing, but keep doing it every 3 months. And then she looked at him and said, what happens to that tree in the long run? And my dad was quick to answer because he knew the answer. He's an expert in agriculture. He said, señorita, said that tree is not going to die, but you're going to stunt its growth. It's going to, se va a quedar chiquito. It's going to stay small because you're not letting the roots grow deep. And the branches need to grow big and strong, need deep roots. And then he even raised his hands like that. And then you could count to 2, and his facial expression changed. He lowered his hands and he said, oh, is that what you mean, Miss Young? So my dad captured the analogy that tree symbolizes what he was doing to us as kids. And from then on, we still went to Mexico that year, but on our drive back from Mexico, we didn't stop in Southern California. We didn't stop in Central California. We went straight to Northern California, Stockton. And this is where we made home. This is where we started to get traction in our education. And so if you could put to the next slide, please. This is when our education got traction and we started doing well. And there you see all 4 of us in that center picture. I'm the one with the blue pants. I know we're going to church that day because we have our best clothes on. And of course, working in the farm, you know, they would never allow a 10-year-old to drive a tractor these days, but in those days it was okay. And then, of course, graduating college, there's my mom and I put a hi mom on the cap of my graduation cap because they were up on the auditorium from up, and I wanted her to identify me amongst the flood of college graduates. But that's how it was when we were going to school. We finally got traction living in Stockton, and a lot of people say, "Okay, está bien," but you stayed in one place. Maybe you're not a migrant farm working family now, but you're still a farm working family, and you still come from an economically challenged environment, and you live in, you know, one of the worst parts in Stockton, East Side. So how in the world does a kid who grows up in that environment ever dream to want to become an astronaut? And I'll tell you, that dream was conceived when I was 10 years old. If I can take you back in history and take you back to the very last Apollo mission, it was Apollo 17, December 1972. If you could imagine a 10-year-old kid hanging on to an antenna to improve reception of a black and white TV, vacuum tube technology, those big consola TVs that had speakers on the sides and the black and white screen in the middle, big knob to change the channel. There was no remote control. I was the remote control because that's what my dad would always send me, change the channel. And then I'm hanging on to the antenna because astronaut Gene Cernan was walking on the moon. It was the very last Apollo mission, Apollo 17. And here I was as a 10-year-old watching it. My whole family was mesmerized, including myself. When they got their fill, they allowed me to let go of the antenna and I would sit in front of the TV. And then I would go outside because it was nighttime. And I would look up and I can see the moon almost full. I would go back inside and see and hear Gene Cernan talk to Mission Control Houston. And I would even hear the reporter, still remember his name, Walter Cronkite, narrating that moonwalk. Man, I was hooked. I told myself, de aquí soy yo. This is what I want to be. I want to be an astronaut. And I'll tell you, the best thing I could have done was to share that dream with my dad that same evening. We were getting ready to go to bed, and my dad's walking in front of me. I'm walking behind him, and I said, Papi, Papi. He says, "Sí, mijo." I said, "I know what I want to do when I grow up." He says, "What do you want to do, mijo?" I said, "I want to be an astronaut." Man, he stops dead in his tracks, almost trips over himself. He turns around and looks at me with a very challenging tone, and he says, "¿Quieres ser qué?" And I'll tell you, I didn't back up. Ordinary, I would have been scared because my dad is the type of person that, you don't talk back with an attitude. But that day I was so excited, I didn't care. I said, "Quiero ser astronauta." He looks at me and he points to the kitchen and says, "Vamos a la cocina." Man, that's when I got scared because only three things happen in la cocina, in the kitchen. One thing is when we get home, I told you, my mom sits us down, feeds us sopita, arroz, sopita, and tortilla. But then we do our homework. We're not allowed to get up until our homework's done. Second, at my mom's insistence, we eat dinner as a family together at the same time. And those two things were done. Third thing that happens is, that was the woodshed. That's where my dad aplicaba el castigo. That's where he punished us. So when he said, "Vamos a la cocina," and the first two things were done that day, I got really scared. And I sat down in the same chair where I do my homework. And my dad sat down next to me, but he wasn't mad. He was more than curious than anything. He looked at me. I said, a ver. What's this that you want to be an astronaut? And basically, I just repeated everything that Walter Cronkite, the reporter, said that day. I told my dad, "Es que papi, I can't believe that we can send a human to the surface of the moon." I said, "Did you know that the moon is 250,000 miles away from Earth, and we can send someone there and they can go on the surface, walk, collect rocks and dirt, and come back home safe and sound?" I said, "I want to be part of that. I want to do that." And my dad must have saw the determination of a 10-year-old boy that, he did two very important things. First, he empowered me to believe I could be an astronaut. He validated my dream. This is why it's important to talk to your parents about this. Because even though he only had a third grade education, he was wise enough to give me two bits of advice. First, he validates the dream. He says, "I think you can do it, mijo." Then he says, "I'm going to give you a recipe that if you follow it to the letter, mijo, I promise you, as your father, you'll reach your dream. Man, I became a sponge at that time. I said, a ver, dígame. And he said, very simple, mijo. Recipe of 5 ingredients. He said, first, define what you want to be in life. What does Pepe want to be when he grows up? I yelled it out. I want to be an astronaut. And he says, second, recognize how far you are. We lived in a 2-bedroom dilapidated rental, worst part of Stockton, east side of Stockton. And I looked at our peeling linoleum floor on the kitchen. I said, no se enoje, papa, don't get mad, but I can't be further than this. He laughed. He said, I'm glad you recognize that, son. Because the third thing is, you got to draw yourself a roadmap from where you know where you're at, and given by your smart remark, you do, to where you want to go. Because, mijo, you have to know the way to get there. I said, what's the fourth thing, papa? So you're doing it already, mijo. Get yourself an education. Without an education, you can't reach your goal. Fifth and final, he said, he pointed outside the kitchen window. He says, you know that effort you put out Saturdays and Sundays, 7 days a week in the summer, picking fruits and vegetables alongside your siblings, your mom and I? I said, sí, papa. He said, put that same effort here, pointing to my books. And when you get a job, mijo, put that effort in your job. He told me something I never forgot. He said, always, always give more than what people expect out of you. Always give more. He says, mezclas eso, mijo, and that's the recipe to succeed. Man, I was like so happy. Next slide, please. I was like so happy that I told myself, wow, my dad says I could be an astronaut, and he gave me a recipe to do it. I'm going to be an astronaut. Now, I said 5 ingredients, and you see 6 there. The 6th one, I add myself, and this is very similar to Alicia Ali's story about passing her quals. You know, you got to have, the word of the day is called perseverance. You should never, ever give up on yourselves, because I'm here to tell you that when I embarked upon my journey of wanting to become an astronaut, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, is I got rejected not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times. I got rejected 11 veces, 11 times. It wasn't until the 12th attempt that finally NASA said, welcome to the 19th class of US NASA astronauts. So the lesson there, and I'll talk again more about this later on, is that you should never, never, ever give up. And just so that what I want to do next is I want to take a little break from me doing all the talking, and I want you to look at how I grew up in as a kid and how I grew up to finally become an astronaut. I think you're gonna like this video. So if we can put the video on, I would appreciate it, and then I'll talk a little bit to it. There I am in the 3rd and 4th grade. Here I am in the 2nd grade. Miss Young, my teacher in the bottom there. I'm the one with the big ears. I love showing these pictures because, you know, it shows how we grew up in a humble setting. My 2 brothers, my sisters, I'm the one with the blue pants there. This picture is taking up in a field near Stockton, California, after working in tomatoes. I'm the one with the hat. My sister, my brother, and I mentioned earlier, my oldest brother took that picture. This is junior high. I'm the one in the middle. I was good at soccer, but man, was I bad at hairdos. as you can see. Graduating high school, it's a big deal for us Latino families. When you graduate high school, you invite your tios, your tias, your primos, your primas, and they all tend to show up because it is a big deal, a big accomplishment. And here I am with my tios there. This yearbook picture, I hate this yearbook picture. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Don't take a picture like this. All right. You saw this picture of my mom and I after I graduated college. My sister, my brother-in-law, she too went to college. My oldest brother went to college. All of us went to college. He's an engineer too, but we all did college. And here is the men in the family, including my dad, my grouchy dad. So typical Latino family. All the kids in the family, my other brother you hadn't seen there, and my sister and my brother. I love running marathons, and this is the picture at the finish of my first 11 marathons. If I look tired, it's because I was. Fast forward to 2004. This is when I get selected as part of the 19th class of NASA astronauts. We're pretty happy that that I finally got selected after 12 attempts. And when you get selected, you gotta train. You gotta train 2 years before you're eligible for flight assignment. These are some of the training pictures. And you also do some talks, and here I'm receiving an honorary doctorate degree with Clint Eastwood. Doing a lunar analog mission underwater. And here's my familia. I have 5 kids with my wife. My oldest is finishing his PhD at Purdue. One of my girls is getting her master's in data science. Another one got her degree in business. I have a freshman, well, a senior in high school who's going to be a freshman in college, majoring in engineering. So I'm pretty excited about all the kids. And of course, we all have embarrassing photos as kids. And here are mine, so. I'm the one holding the tomato there. With my grandfather. And doing my best Superman impersonation on the KC-135 Vomit Comet, 0G flight, practicing the 0G. Cosechando estrellas means harvesting stars. And here we are inside Space Shuttle Discovery. Seconds before launch. Launching to the International Space Station.
Booster ignition and liftoff of Discovery, celebrating its 25th birthday by racking up science and supplies to the space station.
It was the ride of a lifetime. It only takes 8.5 minutes to get into space. You go from 0 to 17,500 miles an hour in 8.5 minutes. Okay, we can take the video out now, and if we could go back one slide, I would appreciate it. Back to the recipe slide, as I'll be talking, and I want to make sure that we have the right slide to continue to talk. Now, as I had mentioned, our education got traction. My dad validated the dream of becoming an astronaut. He gave me this recipe, which I add the 6-1 perseverance. But I want to tell you that, just because you pick a goal and you say, okay, I'm going to move forward with it, it takes a little bit more than that. It takes commitment on your part. It takes a lot of hard work on your part. And so you've got to be able to accept that commitment on a personal level and say, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Porque nada cae del cielo. You've got to work and you got to earn it yourself. And so I remember when I was in high school, you know, I knew I had to go to college. And to be an astronaut, I knew I had to major in engineering, science, something related to space and technology. So what did I do? I said, I'm going to go straight to a four-year university and I'm going to get my degree in engineering. And that's what I did. And then the important part, as I was doing my undergraduate studies at University of Pacific here in Stockton, I chose Pacific because I could still live at home and it would be cheaper. I didn't have to pay for room and board, and so that's why I stayed in our hometown. And the importance of you know, not only doing well in college, you know, it's very important that you seek help. Don't take the lone wolf syndrome. I formed study groups. I got tutoring because I tell you, the first year I suffered a lot. You know, not all public schools are created equal. And I found that out as soon as I was a freshman. Even though I was an A student, a B student at my high school, man, I started off as a CD student in college. And I said, what's going on here? And so I had a lot of catching up to do. Once I realized that, I worked extra hard and sort of slowly crept back up to being a good student. Now, the other thing is, while in college, you've got to take advantage of organizations that are there to help you to further your career, to network. You know, you got Society of Women Engineers, National Society of Black Engineers. You got the Mexican American Engineers and Scientists Society. You got SHIP, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. You've got to be part of these organizations, participate in their outreach programs, participate in their job fairs, because that's how you get internships. This is how I got an internship at Lawrence Livermore National Lab. I got 2 6-month co-ops assignments at the lab. And this allowed me to get my foot in the door at Lawrence Livermore Lab. After I graduated, I knew I had to go to graduate school. So I went to UC Santa Barbara. And as soon as I graduated Santa Barbara, guess what? The lab called me and said, hey, we want to hire you as a career hire. And I was happy to do so, because that meant the lab was only 40 miles from my house. That meant I could still live with my parents, help them out while I was working, and commute on a daily basis to the lab. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I did at the lab was, you know, I had a choice of many projects to work in. And the project I started to work in that very first one that I started working was the X-ray laser program. This was a nuclear pumped X-ray laser that was going to be deployed up in space. It was a defense weapon in case the Russians launched the first attack. We can shoot high energy X-rays to their guidance systems, disable it, and the missiles, when they were exothermic, would float off harmlessly into space. That was the plan anyway. And the weapon didn't attract me, but the fact that it was going to space, I said, hey, that's gonna be interesting to put on my resume, because then NASA would look at it favorably. Well, Russia, the Soviet Union ceased to exist. It broke apart. The big bad wolf went away. The project got canceled. And then we took some of that technology and we moved it into the medical imaging arena. Me and my boss, we were one of the first groups to introduce medical imaging devices. And what we did is we developed the first full field digital mammography system for the early detection of breast cancer. Very innovative, revolutionary stuff that allowed the doctor to look at images with more clarity, therefore being able to detect cancer at early stages. earlier stages by detecting microcalcifications, stellate lesions, circumscribed lesions, asymmetric glandular distortion, all these things we can point out to the doctors. And it was revolutionary. Now you go to any medical office, including a dentist, you get digital x-rays. Well, we were part of that, and I'm so proud. That's the project I'm most proud of. And then finally, coming full circle, I worked in the nuclear non-proliferation arena, which meant I traveled to Russia a lot, 25 times in 5 years, to help the Russians take control of their nuclear arsenal, institute materials protection, control, and accountability measures with the Russians to make sure they protected their nuclear material and didn't end up in hands of terrorists or rogue nations. So I'm very proud of that project too, because I was even able to learn Russian. Я понимаю по-русски язык. And so we were I was pretty happy with that. In that whole process though, I was interviewing with NASA. And yes, I would get rejected. I would get a letter. Yes, I would get discouraged, but I kept moving forward. I kept improving my resume. I kept getting experience I thought NASA would be interested in. And then soon enough, more than when I was applying, more than 14,000 apply to become an astronaut that are qualified, meet the minimum requirements. Out of those 14,000, they select 100 finalists. They select 100 finalists and interview them all. You get medical evaluations, psychological evaluations, aptitude testing, and interviews. Out of those 100, they'll select 10 to 15 astronauts. And wouldn't you know, 1 year I made it to the 100. So there I go to NASA, spend a week over there, and then I don't get selected. So I have to wait for the next selection round. I apply again, make it to the 100 again. And there I go, get interviewed, do everything very well. And I get the call and they said, nope, sorry. But then they said, hey, you were real close to getting selected. We like you, but we don't know you enough. I said, how about if you come and work at NASA as an engineer? I said, we're not going to make you any promises, but if you come, we can keep an eye on you more and we'll be able to learn more about you. Oh, and by the way, at the lab, you make too much money, so we're going to cut your salary by 15%. So I had to suffer a reduction in salary, move from sunny California to hot and humid Houston, and there we are working as an engineer there. Pretty soon I've become group leader, and then we have an accident that occurs, the Columbia accident. We lost a space shuttle. We lost 7 crew members. And I worked in the materials area, and we do all the forensics of failures, failure analysis. And so my folks were some of the folks that were picking up pieces of the shuttle in North Texas. We reconstructed the accident, and we did lots of analysis of the failures of the materials we found. And we were instrumental in helping the Presidential Commission, Columbia Accident Investigation Board, come to a conclusion as to the root cause. And that kind of gave me exposure at NASA because I met a lot of high profile people. And then I get called for another interview, make it to the final 100 a third time. And that was the 12th time overall. And that's when I finally got selected as an astronaut. And man, that was the most exciting day of my life. Then when you get selected, be careful what you ask for, because now the hard work begins. If we could go to the next slide, to training as an astronaut, I think it's 2 slides down. The hard work begins because now you're an astronaut candidate. So I leave my job as branch chief of the materials and processes branch. I go to the astronaut office, and now I start training. Some of our training is doing lunar analog missions under the NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations Program. And there we spend a couple of weeks underwater in a saturated dive in a dry environment in that habitat, Aquarius habitat. And we practice maneuvers. We practice working with Mission Control Houston. and it's like a real mission, but we're underwater. Next slide over, please. We also do practice cold weather and water survival training because we're pilots. We fly jets. We learn how to fly jets. And so we have to be prepared for any type of contingency. And there you see us in rafts, helicopter rescues, in the mountains, cold weather training, where you spend several weeks, sub-zero temperatures in the mountains of Wyoming. Next slide, please. You also do wilderness survival training. And here, they don't even give you food. They just release you. No food, no water. You got to find your own water source, trap your own food, or eat roots and bugs and all that kind of stuff. But you learn how to survive off the land. And so they prepare you very well. And then you go to Pensacola, next slide, please, and you learn how to fly jets, T-38 jets. Here's the jet that we were flying as a group of 2 tandem pilots, going around, if you look at the picture on the right, around the launch pad complex 39A, where our shuttle was. We were landing because we were getting ready to go in about a week to space. So our shuttle was already on the launch pad being prepped up, and that was a pretty cool picture that one of my colleagues took of us. Next slide, please. Now, when these pictures show when we're actually getting ready to go to space. And, we suit up in our, what we call the pumpkin suits. They're the launch entry suits, LES, because they're pressurized. You put a helmet on, and in case there's a depressurization of the cabin, you got your own little environment with the helmet on and of air in there, and that way you won't pass out if you're at high altitudes. And of course, as a Latino family, very important. Our familia is very important. There you see my 5 kids. This is the age they were at, 15 and less, 15 years old and less, and with my wife. And this was taken like a couple of weeks before we launched into space. We just took it for posterity and thought it was a good picture to include here. And then what happens then is we get ready for liftoff. So next slide, please. I love this picture. This is my favorite picture of us, because this is us on the Space Shuttle Discovery about 2 seconds after liftoff. You see the 2 solid rocket boosters are on, the 3 engines being fed by the orange tank there. It's actually 2 tanks in there, but being fed, and you go off into space, 8.5 minutes. If we can go ahead and put the video on, I appreciate it. I just want to show you a short video that, and hopefully you'll be able to see it here, because I saw some comments saying that they weren't able to see the video last time, but hopefully they are here. Here we are, the beanie caps coming off. We're seconds from launch, and you see the sparklers come on so that the 3 engines light up, then the solid rocket boosters, and you're off to the races. And like I said, it starts off slow, but in the course of 8.5 minutes, you go from 0 to 17,500 miles an hour. And how does that feel like? Well, I'll tell you, it's the best e-ticket ride NASA or Disneyland could ever hope for. It feels like 3 of your friends are stepping on your chest at the same time, little by little, and then they put the full weight on at the 8.5. And I'm the flight engineer, so I got the best seat in the house, right in between the 2 pilots, a little bit behind them, but I got the panoramic view. There you see me give the thumbs up because I'm a bona fide astronaut. And our crew was opening up the payload bay doors. And of course, he's excited because he too is in space like I am. There's yours truly putting on the portable onboard computer so we can dock to the International Space Station. while my other colleagues, you know, Danny Oliva's there, he's talked here before too, put together the exercise equipment. You ladies that want to be astronauts, look at Nicole Stott. She's a fellow engineer colleague of mine, very good friend, looking through binoculars of what's going to be her home for the next 3 months. She's going to stay on the International Space Station for 3 months. And we bring back someone home who's been up there for 3 months, Tim Copra. He's been up there. So we do a crew exchange. That's our first objective of our mission. Our second objective is we're going to install more than 7 tons of equipment in the International Space Station and outside the International Space Station.
Okay. All right.
Definitely.
Looking for free draft. Station in Houston from Discovery. Capture confirmed.
This is when we finally we celebrate because we physically connect to the station. It allows us to open up the access hatch on both sides. There's 7 astronauts on the shuttle where I'm at, and 6 astronauts on the station. Total of 13 astronauts representing 5 countries. That's why we call it the International Space Station. The commander is Gennady Pedalka. We trade commander duties on the station between American and Russian every 6 months. And they're happy to see us, not because we're good buddies, but because they've been up there for months and they know we have fresh fruit and vegetables. So they want some of that food, fresh. They're tired of the dehydrated stuff. This is the multi-purpose logistics module. We grapple with the robotic arm. We connect it to the one of the docking rings of the station. This allows us to open it from the inside, and we empty more
Thermal
than
cover is open. You can egress the airlock. Remember to avoid that MMOD strike. Roger that.
Our third objective, as I mentioned earlier, is that we also have to install equipment on the outside of the station. And so we did 3 spacewalks in groups of 2, and installed things like that ammonia tank assembly you see there. We installed antennas, we installed cameras, and then after about 13 of those 14 days, we undocked from the station. This is our view of the station. We do a fly around because now it's time for us to come home. And so we get into our LES orange pumpkin suits.
Kevin Ford in control of the stick at this moment. Discovery now going subsonic, the fleet-leading shuttle announcing its arrival at the landing site with a pair of sonic booms. 3 minutes until touchdown.
And remember, we took off
Cisco
as
has
a
taken back
rocket,
the stick from Kevin Ford.
converted
The
it to
seats
a
off the wings,
spaceship,
very obvious.
Thank you, Jose. That valve is open.
and now it's gonna land like an airplane, a glider, if you will, because we have no propulsion. Weather was bad in Florida,
Gears on the way.
so we landed in our
So you come
second
to the
preferred
ballpark.
site,
A little more You're on the center
Edwards
line on
Air
the
Force
ballpark.
Base in Southern California.
Center line.
I call it poetic justice
Keep it coming.
because it's some 80
230, now
miles from where I used to pick
42.25.
strawberries as a kid, and here I am coming in as a U.S. NASA astronaut for a landing at Edwards Air Force Base. Truly an amazing, amazing trip. Next slide, please. And one of the things I just wanted to let you know is the last slide, please. Next slide, please. One of the things that I want to let you know is that you know, whatever your goals are, you got to remember right there, please, that whatever it is you are doing, you know, don't be afraid to enjoy the journey. You know, I found out that that there's a 3-element strategy to fulfill your goals, and the first one is, you know, I mentioned it, is know what the minimum requirements are to reach your goal. Second is compare yourself with people that you want to be like. I compared myself with astronauts, so this is why I became a private pilot. This is why I learned how to scuba dive. This is why I chose the project to go to Russia so I could learn Russian. So compare yourself with people you want to be like and be like them. Train to be like them. And then finally, differentiate yourself from the competition. Do extraordinary things. No one wanted to go to Russia 25 times over a 5-year period, rough duty, especially in the middle of winter, but I did it because I wanted to differentiate myself. And again, this is very important to do that. Next slide, please, real quick, like, well, we'll zoom through these next ones in 1 minute, I promise. Next slide, please. And then I just want to let you know that, if you're interested in the story, there's books available. Library has them. You don't have to buy them. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just wanted to let you know that hot off the press, they're going to be making a movie. Netflix signed to make a movie about my life story. Michael Pena, the actor, is going to play me. He's already signed on. And this director here from Mexico, an up-and-coming director, Alejandra Marquez Abella, will direct the movie. So we're pretty excited about that. And I think that's all I have. Melissa, I'll turn it over back to you. And we still got about 5 minutes for questions and answers. Hopefully we can answer a few questions.
Thank you, Jose. And thank you to everyone that has been sending questions in. So I don't want to waste any time. So let me go back up to the top to make sure that I'm not skipping anybody over. Now, one of the questions that came in early on was it hard for you to study and to keep up with school while you were moving around so much at the beginning?
Yes, at the beginning it was tough. I was always behind on things because the interruption of going to school, it wasn't a seamless transition. Some schools move faster than others, so either I was behind or they were way ahead, and so it was tough. It was very tough. It wasn't until we settled in Stockton that I finally began to catch up a bit.
Okay, our next question here is, where do you think you would be if you were not an astronaut? And do you think you would be a big influence as you are now?
Well, I think I would be at Lawrence Livermore Lab as an engineer. I told folks to be involved, get involved. I'm involved with the Society of Mexican American Engineers and Scientists, MAIAS, Latinos in Science and Engineering. And, I joined it as a student. I joined it as a professional. I became a board member. I became national president of the organization. All these things helped me develop my speaking skills. So even though I was out there helping the community, I was benefiting from it. And this is why I tell kids, get involved. Don't get involved at the expense of your academics. Academics is first, but then get involved because that helps you become a more well-rounded person. Because they always say engineers are nerdy and stuff, but no, we could be cool as well. So don't be afraid to get involved.
You're breaking stereotypes here, Jose.
That's right.
All right. Somebody wants to know, did you change anything each time you applied to NASA?
Yes, I always ask myself the question, what have I done this year that I could add to my application? 1 year I became a pilot, private pilot. Another year I became scuba diver certified. Another year I started to learn Russian. And so every year I would, I changed projects that were space related, things of that nature. So I sort of managed my career with an eye of, how would NASA look at this? If it's favorably, oh yeah, I'm going to go for it. If it's not, maybe I'll stay away from that. So yes, every year I always ask myself, and if I didn't have an answer for that, I said, Jose, you're slacking, man. You gotta do better. And so that's how I would do it.
All right. They also would like to know, how long did you have to go to school to get where you are today?
Well, you have to get you got to get a PhD. You got to get a bachelor's, a master's minimum to apply to NASA. But over 18,000 people apply. So if you want to be competitive, you also have to get your PhD. So plan on a PhD in science and technology, and then you'll be competitive.
Now, I know you speak English and you speak Spanish, and you just mentioned that you speak Russian. Do you speak any other languages?
No, those are the three that I do. I could understand a little bit of Portuguese because it's very similar to Spanish as Italian, pero no, it's just those three.
Now we know that the support of your family was key. Would you have been able to do any of this without their support?
Oh, absolutely not. Not only my parents provided that support early on, but then when I got married, my wife, Adelita, she provided that support that I needed, especially after being rejected 6 times and I was ready to give up. You know, she told me something I would never forget. She says, if you give up, because NASA's still inviting you to apply, but if you give up, I'll guarantee you'll never get selected. And you're always going to have that gusanito de curiosidad, worm of curiosity inside at you, gnawing at you, wondering, what if? And that gnawing, she said, is going to turn you into a bitter old man, and I don't want to be married to a bitter old man. So she really gave me a talking and set me straight, and that's why I kept going after that. I said, well, she makes sense. I'm going to keep going.
All right. Out of 1 to 10, how did you like your astronaut training and how hard was it?
Okay, out of 110, it was a 10. I loved it. Out of how hard was it? Out of 110, I would say it was a 10. Very challenging. But I wouldn't trade it for the world, though. It's an experience that, you feel so proud. Once you get through all that, you feel like Superman. And of course, once I got into space, I floated like Superman. So there you go.
Well, Jose, we are wrapping up the hour with you. I thank you for spending this time with us. As always, you never cease to amaze us or our audience. Our students are always engaged with you because you know how to get them, motivate them, get them going. And so they're also sending their thanks and their well wishes over the chat. Do you have any last minute words for our students?
Well, like I said, I hope I've convinced you that the sky is not the limit, the stars are. I hope I've convinced you to dream big, que se vale soñar en grande, and I hope I convinced you to accept the challenge that if you do dream big, accept the challenge that you're going to put in the work and you're going to do everything possible to stay focused and achieve your dream, whatever it is. We can all reach for our own stars, and follow my dad's recipe. 6 simple ingredients that we have there. Follow that recipe, and I'll make you the same promise my dad made me. I'll promise you that you'll reach your goal if you follow it to the T, just like I did.
Gracias, Jose. Un abrazo from Texas.
Gracias, Sabrina. Thank you very much, mija. Take care, okay?
Thank you. Have a great day.
Gracias. Nos vemos. Adiós. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, there you have it, Jose Hernandez. Now, I hope you were paying attention because like before, we will be asking you questions. But first, we will take a look at this short message from our corporate partner and board member, Raul Villarreal with GM.
Good day, I'm Raul Villarreal from General Motors. We at General Motors are happy to partner and sponsor STEM Day with SER National. We consider programs like this a key ingredient to an ever-changing world in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. So you may be asking yourself, how do I play in that? Well, this is an opportunity not only for you to explore STEM careers, but to be able to experience a different way of thinking. In an ever-changing world of innovation and technology, it's going to be students like you that really solidify our future in a world, or I should say, with the vision that we have at General Motors of 0 crashes, 0 emissions, and 0 congestion. We do that by exploring different fields, and actually your field of study, this is the starting point for you. So stay engaged, study, invest in your future, and most of all, in ours. In a very competitive field in the world, it's how you become part of that global economy to deliver what I consider to be a new age of innovation and technology. So engage yourself, have fun, and most of all, dream big. But most importantly, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, GM, for your continued support and making our STEM Community Day possible. And now we are ready for our second round of questions. Like I said, I hope you were paying attention. I was taking notes. And I did see some comments for those of you that are following us live on YouTube. I do understand that there is a delay, so I will try to slow down on the questions so you guys have enough time to enter your responses. Again, please make sure that you are responding to host in the chat in the drop-down box. Okay? Question 1. What Apollo mission impacted Jose and was the moment he decided to be an astronaut? Question 1 is, what Apollo mission impacted Jose and was the moment he decided to be an astronaut? I'll give you a few seconds. Now remember, please submit your responses in the chat. There is a drop down at the bottom, right above where you enter your response, and drop it down to where it says host, and you will be sending your responses to the host. Question 2. How far is the moon from Earth? I know Jose made that comment a few times in his presentation. So how far is the moon from Earth? Okay, how many ingredients are in Jose's dad's recipe for success? How many ingredients are in Jose's dad's recipe for success? And our last question, how many times was Jose rejected when he applied to be an astronaut? How many times was Jose rejected when he applying to be an astronaut? Okay, I will be giving you a few more seconds to enter your responses in the chat. And while we are waiting for your submissions, we would like to thank Coca-Cola Company for their longtime partnership with SER. Please listen to the following message from Alba Benin with Coca-Cola.
Congratulations to SER on your 57th year of bringing positive change to communities across America. On behalf of my Coca-Cola colleagues, we are proud to have partnered with SER for a number of years in your work to transform life throughout career preparation, women empowerment, and productive employment. Even during the past year, with all the challenges that the pandemic brought to nonprofits, SER succeeded in reaching more than 1 million people with programs to create opportunity across generations. SER is a leader in a broad range of community initiatives, and Coca-Cola shares many of the same priorities. As we express in our company purpose, we aim to refresh the world and make a difference. Two Coca-Cola priorities in particular are the economic empowerment of women and the expansion of educational opportunities for youth. So, of course, we are delighted that our sponsorship of this conference will support SER programs in both of these vitally important arenas. Coca-Cola is grateful for the powerful partnership opportunity that SER provides, and we offer our very best wishes for a great conference and a very successful years ahead. Here is to you. Congratulations.
Thank you once again, Coca-Cola. Now, the speaker before our student activity is a renowned STEM and education advocate, and he is doing some amazing STEM outreach work in Louisiana. Please welcome Dr. Calvin Mackey. Dr. Mackey, we are honored to have you join us today. Hi, Dr. Mackey, how are you?
Hi, Melissa. How are you? Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. I see you're here at you're there at STEM NOLA.
Yes, we decided to bring it to the lab today and do everything from the bench.
Thank you. I will let you go ahead and get started. Our students are here, engaged, and ready to hear your speech.
Well, great. Thank you, Melissa, once again for the introduction. I'd like to say thank you to Ignacio Salazar, the president and CEO of SIR Jobs, for having me. I'd like to say thank you to Raul and Cynthia for being who you are and doing the things that you do to make sure this community day comes off the way that it did. Now, before we get started, after I speak, my team is going to lead you through a project where you're going to build a float. And I have to request one thing of you right now, and I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to do this. Take out your hot glue gun and plug it in, because we need your hot glue gun to be hot once you start. And if you wait to plug your hot glue gun in, then you're going to get behind when we go through our STEM event. So take out your hot glue gun and plug it in for us so it can be hot in the next 45 minutes so you can be ready to go, like Jose was talking about, always being prepared when we began to build our float. Now, we're here because we want you all to have the skills for the 21st century. In the 21st century, young people, you're going to have one of three options. Either you're going to take something, break something, and/or make something. And if we don't give you the education, the skills, and the motivation for the 21st century to make something, like make a living, make a life, make a difference, that will only leave you with two options that we see on the news all around this world for young people like you, and we don't want that for anybody. So we have to make sure that we are preparing ourselves. And you have to also remember, I'm one of 6 kids, and I have 3 younger siblings. I had 2 siblings over me, and one thing I realize now is that my siblings were watching me. And I realize now that if I had not done the things that I was supposed to have done, I would have given my younger brother and sister the right and the permission not to pursue their dreams and do the things that they were supposed to do. So we are dependent upon you. Yes, again, my name is Dr. Kelvin Mackey, and I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. And the reason why we're going to do an activity around floats is because Mardi Gras is a billion-dollar industry. And we believe STEM should be culturally and environmentally relevant. So when you look around you, when you look outside, when you look out the window, when you go outside, whenever you do, everything that you touch, everything that you smell, everything you see has a component in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now in the 21st century, either we're training ourselves from the neck up or we're training ourselves from the neck down. Because in the 21st century, we have to make sure that we're training ourselves from the neck up. Because if we're training ourselves from the neck down, then our competition is the automatic machine. COVID has expedited the automation push for many corporations. I've talked to many CEOs and they say we had a technology plan and an e-commerce plan that expanded 10 years. But with COVID, we had to rush it up, into 1 year. And now corporate America and the way we behave and interact as consumers and producers are forever changed. So automatic machines will always play a role in our lives. For example, I have before me a humanoid. This is a humanoid named Alpha, built by the UB Tech Corporation. A humanoid is a robot that tries to behave like a human. Alpha can do many activities just like you can do as a human. Alpha can do push-ups. Alpha can show off just like you. And Melissa, after I get off of my Peloton, I get up very slowly, just like Alpha. And if you're going to go forth and take on the world and think you're going to be the next Michael Jackson or the next J-Lo and you're going to be the greatest entertainer in the world, and there's no way automation and machines and robots will infringe upon your possibility in the 21st century, guess what? Alpha can dance. Go, Alpha. Go, Shorty. Uh-oh. Look at Alpha. We programmed Alpha. We have servo motors, and my technology specialist is controlling Alpha. So Alpha can do these type things. Alpha can even stand on her head and do a split. Alpha's showing off now, just like you. Give it up for Alpha. Yes, this is your competition in the 21st century. The automatic machine is your competition. And you have to be ready to participate in the 21st century because you're training yourself from the neck down. If you're just outside running laps and doing push-ups and doing sit-ups and think that you're going to do physical labor in the 21st century, you will be displaced by machines. Either we're going to control the machines or the machines will control us. SEER Jobs have this community day to make sure that they bring you the exposure so that you know the skills that you need to get in the 21st century so that you can train yourself from the neck up so that in the 21st century you can control the machines and the machines will not control you. That is the challenge before us. That is the challenge that's going to be for our children coming after us. And I love listening to Jose Hernandez story because when he was elected into the, I believe, the 19th class of the Astronaut Corps, he was elected with one of my buddies, Robert Satcher. And, I often talk to Robert Satcher because I remember when he got elected and I was still in graduate school and I had dreams of becoming an astronaut too. And it was things that happened physically with my shoulder and other things that didn't allow me to continue the process to apply for the astronaut program. But when you major in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, if Jose had never made it to the astronaut corps, he still had the world at his hand. You see, young people, just like Jose, I grew up in a house with no books. My father picked cotton in rural Louisiana. My mother went to a state-approved Negro high school. I grew up in a house with no books. Many people never thought that I'd be standing before you as Dr. Mackey. As a matter of fact, I'll never forget, I thought I was going to go to the NBA and save my family because I had a wicked crossover and a jump shot that just wouldn't quit. And people ask, like, how do you talk to the Latino community all the time? And I said, I'll never forget my first time speaking to the Latino community. Someone heard me speak and they asked me to come speak down in McAllen, Texas. And I was so crazy when I got off the plane in McAllen, I went over to the Hertz rental car place, and they said, are you going to Mexico? And I'm like, where's Mexico? And the lady said, look out the window. Mexico is right there. I thought I was in West Texas and I was in South Texas. And then I got in the car and I was going to speak in McAllen. I was going to speak in Edinburgh, Texas. And I was driving the car. And I looked in the field and I saw these big yellow bales. And I kept driving. I got down a little further and I saw the cotton. And I stopped the car and I got out and I lost my mind. I'm like, what is this? Then when I got in the city of Edinburgh, they had a big cotton processing facility. And when I met with my client that night, the client said, we brought you to McAllen in Edinburgh because the children that you'll be speaking to, the teachers that you'll be speaking to, you and your father live that life and represent what they have to deal with every day. My dad dropped out of school in 8th grade to pick cotton, so he had to go and use his hands and pick cotton all the time. I used to have to work on the roof with my dad in the summers. Every weekend, every summer, I had to work on the roof with my dad. And roofing work is hard and it was hot. Sometimes, just sweat just rolling down our face. And every time I was on that roof, my dad would tell me about the importance of education and I should stay in school. And the more and more I worked on that roof, he said, I can work on this roof because I picked that cotton. And since I was able to pick that cotton and did that work, I can do this roofing work. And since I can do this roofing work, I can provide a life for you and the rest of the family to go get the education that I never had the opportunity to get. But just like many young boys growing up in the city, education wasn't on my mind when I was a little boy. I was looking at TV and I played football and I played basketball. And I had a wicked crossover and a jump shot that just wouldn't quit. The city loved to see me play basketball. And I'll never forget one night I took a long jump shot in a game. And one of the few jump shots I missed ricocheted off the rim. And I went to get the ball and a young man beat me to the ball. And he grabbed my ball and my arm and they went this way and I went that way and I suffered a traumatic shoulder separation. And my coach ran out. He said, oh no, Kelvin, and he took me to the hospital. When we got to the hospital, the doctor came in and the doctor looked and the doctor said, oh no. And Raul, the doctor, ran out of the room. And the doctor came back in with 3 more doctors. And all 4 of the doctors got around me and they took a sheet and they tied me up. They did a tug of war and popped my shoulder back in. And I was like, oh, thank you, doctor, thank you. And the doctor said, there's 2 things I want to tell you. I said, what? They said, one, you'll never be able to play basketball again. They said, two, you suffered a traumatic shoulder separation. And my dreams were destroyed. And my coach took me home. I'll never forget, he took me home. He knocked on my door, knock, knock, knock. My mom answered the door. He said, Miss Mackey, I'm sorry to tell you, but your son has separated his shoulder. He'll never be able to play basketball again. My mom looked at me, and I'll never forget these words. She said, what are you going to do now? We told you to study. We told you to study. I said, Mama, what about my shoulder? She said, shut up, boy, and get in this house. Now, that's a real mama. If we had more mamas like that, many of us would be doing better academically. And I went in my room, and I laid in my bed. And I looked up, and I said, God, what am I going to do? And God said, boy, don't worry about your shoulder. You're going to do more for this world with your head than you ever thought you'd do with your legs and your arms. And I got up the next day, and I went to school to find my favorite teacher, Miss V. And I walked into the school, and I said, Miss V, you heard about Miss V said, shut up, Calvin. We heard about your shoulder. She said, but what are you going to do now? We told you to study. We told you to study. I said, I don't know, Miss V. Miss V said, Calvin, I don't know ain't good enough no more for the 21st century. She said, in the 21st century, Calvin, there'll only be two types of people. There'll be people in the know and those not in the know. And we need you to be in the know. Sear Jobs, we're here today with this community today because we need you to be in the know. She said, Calvin, what are you going to do? It's all right, Miss V. I said, I think I'm going to be an engineer. She said, who, you? She said, you grew up in a house with no books, Calvin. Nobody in your family ever been to college before. I said, I don't care. I'm going to go. She said, Calvin, do you know what an engineer does? I said, no, but it sounds real good. She said, well, look here, Calvin. If you're going to be an engineer, you got to go to college. I said, I'm going to go. She said, but nobody in your family is going. I said, I'm going to be the first. She said, okay, Calvin. She said, now, if you're going to go to college, you have to go take this test. I said, what test? She said, the SAT. Now, young people, you all have heard of the SAT before. They always want us to take these standardized tests. I was so ignorant, and don't get bent out of shape when people call you ignorant. Ignorant means you just don't know. Stupid means there's no hope for you. I was ignorant. I wasn't stupid. Flavor Flav, stupid. I was just ignorant. I was so ignorant when they told me to go take the SAT. I thought SAT meant Saturday. And then I knew it meant Saturday because then they told me the test was on Saturday. So, hey, I must have it right. So that Friday night, I took my little girlfriend to the dance where I got my boogie on with my broke on. And then I got up on Saturday morning to go take my Saturday test. And when I showed up, all the rest of the young people like you who had done the things that you're supposed to have done, followed the 5 ingredients that Jose Daddy gave him. You was sitting there and you was prepared and you was ready to go. But nobody could tell me nothing. I put my head down. They had to wake me up. Say, young man, wake up, take this test. And I was so ignorant when they gave me the test. I looked at the test and I was so ignorant. I didn't know that word, it's to that word, it's to that word, it's to that word. So you all know what we do when we get on those standardized tests and we don't know the things we're supposed to know. I looked at that test, I started going A, B, C, D, D, C, B, A, B, C, D. I said, whoa, I better change this thing up. C, B, C, B, A, D, A, D. I looked around, I was the first one finished. I was like a bunch of dummies and put my head back down. They had to wake me up. Say, young man, wake up, go home. And back then, we had to wait 6 weeks on our test scores. We didn't have Facebook, MySpace, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We didn't even have the internet. We had to wait 6 weeks. 6 weeks later, I went out to my mailbox. I opened that mailbox up, and I got those test scores, and I ripped them open, and I looked at them. I said, oh, yeah. And I went to school to find Miss V. And when I got to school, Miss V said, Calvin, you got him? I said, I got him, Miss V. And Miss V said, Calvin, how did you do? Ignorantly and confidently, I looked at Miss V. I said, Miss V, I got 84%. She said, Calvin, 84% on the SAT? That's unbelievable, Calvin, especially for you. She said, but Calvin, I never heard the test explained in percentages before. She said, Calvin, what's your raw score? What's your total score? Ignorantly and confidently, I looked at her and I screamed, 840. She said, no, boy, you got some issues. She said, Calvin, the test is not out of 1,000. The test is out of 1,600. You don't have 84%. You barely have 50%. That's not good, Calvin. You have to go take that test again. I said, oh no, not that Saturday test. I'll stick with my Friday test. I do much better on Fridays. I was ignorant. But you know what? Ms. V realized something that everybody in your life realizes too, that man cannot create a test that can measure what God has put within us if we're willing to do the work. She said, Kelvin, you still want to be an engineer? I said, bet. She said, Kelvin, and there's a college recruitment fair at the New Orleans Superdome. Go down there and look for a college on Saturday. I went down to the Superdome. I walked into the Superdome. The first table I saw was the Georgia Tech engineers. It's like divine intervention. I want to be an engineer, and the first table I see is the Georgia Tech engineers. I went over to the Georgia Tech table. The guy said, how can I help you, son? I said, sir, I'd like to be an engineer. He said, you came to the right place. We the Rambling Wreck from Georgia Tech and hell of engineers. I was like, yeah. He said, son, what's your test scores? And I screamed, 840. He was shaking his head. He wouldn't even give me an application. He said, boy, I never even heard scores that low. You can't come to this school. You can't come to this school. Lesson number one. Just because a school ranked number one, that doesn't mean it's number one for two. Just because a school ranked number one, that doesn't mean it's number one for you. Number two is that you have a goal and a desire in your heart. In a place called America, there's a place for you that'll take you where you are and help you to get to where you need to be. He said, I can't help you, son. He said, go over there to that table. That table may be able to help you. And I walked over to the other table. When I got to that table, there was another gentleman sitting at the table. And he said, how can I help you? I said, sir, I'd like to be an engineer. He said, you came to the right place. He said, son, what's your SAT score? This time I was like, man, I can play some ball. He said, no, I need those scores. I said, man, I can dance. He said, no, I need those scores. This time I whispered. I said, 840. He was shaking his head. He said, but I tell you what, son, you're a diamond in the rough, but a diamond sure enough. Sign right here and come to Morehouse College in Atlanta. We'll make you into a doctor. We'll make you into a lawyer. We'll make you into an engineer. Young people, I don't know what your community is telling you. I don't care what your family is telling you. I don't care what your friends telling you. You're a diamond in the rough, but a diamond sure enough. You just got to find the right mentors and the right community leaders and the right people like Sir Jobs to give you the exposure and then give you the mentors and shine you up so you can go out in the world and do what you need to do. So in 1985, my mom took me to Morehouse College. When we got to Morehouse College, I walked up on campus and everybody laughed at the way I talked because we talk funny from New Orleans, right? Everybody laughed at the way I talked. And they laughed at me because I was saying things like, I'm bout it, how you do that there, and I'm the man right here. You heard me, little Woody? It's off the heezy for sheezy up in here, cousin. You see, Sir Jobs? I'm bilingual. I'm bilingual. You don't have to come here via Ellis Island or the Rio Grande, land, take a piece of wood or boat and land in Florida and be a person in need of English as a second language. When my family left the cotton fields in Louisiana and moved to the big city, I grew up in a house where nobody was conjugating the verb to be. It was I be, we be, you be, all us be up in here. You know what the people at Morehouse College said? They said, boy, see spot run? I was like, no. They said, right. They said, don't pass go. They said, go directly to remedial reading. And at 18 years old, every day I had to go down to a basement of a building with 8th graders, where they called me and my buddy LD for Louisiana Dummies. They used to laugh at us. And thank God this college called Morehouse believed in something called hope. Because every day when I walked up to my class for remedial reading, I read a quote on the wall that said, when you find out you're behind in a race of life, you got two choices, run faster or quit. And young people, if you don't remember anything, remember that. Regardless of where you are right now in life, if you know that you're behind, get up every day and run faster. When I got to Morehouse, I was in school with rich people. I was in school with very smart people. But my daddy told me, son, don't let anybody outwork you. And every day I got up and I went to remedial reading and developmental mathematics. Every day the little kids laughed. But every day I got up and I ran and I ran and I ran. Every day I got up and I read and I read and I read. And they put me in front of this little computer. And every day they would let the words go by faster and faster and faster. And every day I would read and read and read. And after 3.5 years, after being told that I wasn't college material, after Georgia Tech wouldn't even give me an application, I finished Morehouse College, #1 in mathematics, number 5 in the largest class that Morehouse ever graduated, magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa, which is the highest honor society in the world. And at my graduation, they put a microphone in my face. They said, Kelvin, when your father dropped out of school in the 8th grade to pick cotton, when your mother went to a state-approved Negro high school, when we said you wasn't college material, who'd ever thought you'd do the things that you've done now? They said, Kelvin, what are you gonna do now? I said, you know what? They said, what? I said, you know what? They said, what? I said, you see that college over there, Georgia Tech? They said, yeah. I said, that's where I'm going. And 6 weeks later, I started Georgia Tech. 18 months later, I finished my second undergraduate degree, a BS in mechanical engineering from Georgia Tech. 2 degrees in 5 years to the inner city ghetto kid from back of town, Gertown, Science City of New Orleans, who they said never should have been in college in the first place. 2 years after that, I got a master's in mechanical engineering, 3 degrees in 7 years. And young people, I didn't come here to brag. I came here to tell you that story to let you know what's possible. 4 years later, in 1996, I became one of 11 African Americans in the country that year to receive a PhD in mechanical engineering. And I tell you this story, once again, not to brag, I tell you that story to let you know that each and every one of us been impregnated with something so great, such that if we give birth to it, it'll make Bill Gates look like a midget in the annals of history. But yet and still, too many of us have already committed to having abortions on our dreams. Young people, what is it you want to be? What is it you dream about? What keeps you up at night? What is it that God has put within you such that if you don't give birth to it, the rest of the world just gonna have to go on without it? I know that greatness is in me. We know that greatness is in Jose. And Jose and I are here today to let you know that that greatness is in you too. And don't let anybody talk it out of you. I never forget, I was a professor at Tulane University. I was the first and only African-American in the history of the College of Engineering at Tulane University. And I was the advisor for National Society of Black Engineers. I was the advisor for Society of Hispanic and Professional Engineers. And I used to have events at my house, and the Black students and Hispanic and Latino students used to come over. And now I have about 5 students that are PhDs, Latino, Black, and I, I thought, I was like, man, y'all got PhDs. And they said, yeah, doc, we got PhDs because we were able to hang out with you. I said, no, it had to be my thermodynamics. I'm a great thermodynamics teacher. They said, no, doc. I said, it got to be my fluid mechanics when I used to derive those equations. They said, no, doc, it was when we was able to come to your house. And we were able to see the way that you lived, and we got a chance to meet your family. And we saw art on the wall, and we saw the community. And we realized then that we can be you. To the one, 5 of them went back to those picnics, those community days at my house when we used to rent tents, and we used to challenge each other on the grill and play dominoes and play spades. And that's why we have days like this, to let you know what's possible, so that you can inspire and then put in the work and understand that you have friends and mentors out here. And I miss being a professor because I miss interacting with young people like you. And that's why I started STEM NOLA, so I can work with organizations like this, so y'all can do hands-on STEM that I dreamt for my own 2 kids. But you gotta understand, I got a PhD in fluid mechanics, hydrodynamic stability. And I used to sit in my office at Tulane, and I could see ships go down the river. And it's raining in New Orleans right now, and the wind blowing, and some of you all in Texas, you know all that rain coming through the Texas area too. In the middle of the night, I get up and I look at the rain, I look at the water, because I studied that for 12 years. And one day I was in my office, and this man called, and I answered the phone. He said, Dr. Mackey, and in the back, I just heard thumping, thump, thump, thump. And he said, do you hear that noise? I said, I hear that noise. He said, that's a pipe in my office. He said, I need you to come look at it. I said, I'll be right there. Because as PhDs and engineering faculty, we get paid to teach classes, we get paid to do research, but we get a lot of money. We get paid a lot of money to consult, right? If you know stuff and people don't know stuff, they got to pay you to tell them what you know. So I went over to his office, and I walked into his warehouse, and he had a big pipe in the back, and the pipe was thumping. I put my hand on it, thump, thump, thump. He said, what you think? I said, I think it's a hydrodynamic stability problem. He said, that's why I called you. I said, I'm the expert. He said, thank you. He said, you can fix it? I said, I can fix it. And I went out to my truck. And I came back in with my tools. And I put my hand on the pipe. Thump, thump. And I hit it with my hammer. Bam. The pipe went smooth. That's engineering 101. Hit it with a hammer first. And if that doesn't work, then you read the directions. All of you all are engineers, because we know all it takes is some duct tape, some WD-40 and a hammer, and maybe a Phillips head screwdriver. We can fix anything. But I hit it with that hammer and it went smooth. He said, oh man, thank you, thank you. He said, bill me. I said, I'm definitely gonna bill you. And I went back to my office, I typed up an invoice, and I faxed it to him, wham, and he got the invoice. And when he got the invoice, he read the invoice. And the invoice read $200. He picks up the phone, he calls me. He said, man, you must be out your mind if you think I'm gonna pay you for hitting a pipe pay you $200 for hitting a pipe with a hammer. I said, hey, you must want it itemized. He said, break it down. I said, well, let it be broken. And I typed up the invoice, itemized, and sent it to him again. And he got the invoice. And when he read the invoice read $2 for the hammer, $198 for knowing where to hit it. You see, students? The man or woman who knows how will forever have a job. But the man or woman who knows why will forever be their boss. Many people go to school and they become technicians and they learn the how. But if you go to school and learn the why, you'll forever be the boss. Because then you can manage people. Then you can manage systems. Then you can create systems. Then you can create businesses to employ millions of people, to keep other systems going when you know the why. And if you know the why, people will knock down your door to pay you to tell them the why. And I used to love to look at the river, because those ships, when you see those tugboats and those barges going down a river, there's something called tail of vertices. Like when you flush a toilet and you see the water go down that way, or you let the water out the drain and it go down that way. If you've gone swimming before, right? And your mama or your daddy tell you, still water run deep, or they talk to you about the currents under the water may look calm on top, but there's a current under the bottom that'll take you down. We call those vertices, a vortex, right? And sometime when these ships in the Mississippi River, they come in, they have a finite period of time to get the cargo off the ship. And sometimes the currents in the river are so strong, as the ship tried to push towards the dock, the vertices push them away. And they'll bring tugboats and they'll try to get the tugboats to push the ship in. But if I study tail of vertices, and I know the right angle that those tugs need to be pointed based on the wind and the current and all of that. And if these ships get fined, let's say $1 million a day that they don't unload, how much is the solution worth to them if I got the answer? If there's a lawyer with a case, I'm an expert witness. There are many days the lawyer run outside the courtroom, pick up the phone, call, say, Dr. Mackey, I got a question. I say, hold on, I have to tell you my rates. He said, I just have one question. I say, well, I have a minimum 8-hour rate. If you ask me one question, you can ask me seven hours more, but you're gonna pay for these 8 hours for that one question. Because I know something that lawyer doesn't know. But that lawyer need to know what I know, because he or she may make their case on it. Just like with COVID. For 15 months, the world sat around waiting for scientists, technologists, engineers, and mathematicians to save it. The athlete couldn't save it. The entertainer couldn't save it. The news people couldn't save it. The politicians couldn't even save it. They had to wait and depend and pray. Everybody was praying for the scientists to come up with a vaccine. And a good friend of mine, Dr. Kizzy Corbett, went to University of Maryland, Baltimore County, was one of the women who helped discover the mRNA technique that gave us the vaccine. That can be you. I'm gonna leave you with 3 things. I have 2 sons, one's 16, one's 17. My son is about to go away to college. I used to tell my son, you get out of life what you put in it. I said, son, if you don't do the work, if you don't do nothing, then you should know what it is that you're going to get. But if you put in the work and you do the things before you, you should have great expectations of what's coming to you. You get out of life what you put in it. Do the work. Point number 2, leave nothing to chance. A lot of people just think things gonna happen for them. Well, I'm gonna sit here and, somehow I'm gonna learn. But leave nothing to chance. Whatever needs to be done, make sure you do that. Do not leave it to chance. And point number 3, control the controllables. Control those things that you can control. I grew up in a house with no books. I had no control over that. I could go down to the library or whatever, but when you grow up in a house like that and you don't get into the habit of reading, that's why when I went to college, they said you're reading on the 8th grade level, because the only thing I read was Sports Illustrated in the newspaper. And I was never forced to read beyond my limit and stretch my brain and stretch my vocabulary until I got to college. Control the controllables. Once I got to college and I saw my friends and they was using words I had never heard before, they had read books I had never seen before, I knew I had to run faster. I had control of that. So my other friends went and partied. My other friends went and studied. I read and I read and I read. I studied and I studied and I studied. And I worked and I worked and I worked. And that's why I was able to get 4 STEM degrees in 11 years. If you do the work, do what you're supposed to do. If you leave nothing to chance, and if you control the controllables, I promise you, spoils go to the victor. Jose is the victor. He didn't let life stand in his way. He applied for the astronaut program 12 times, and on the 12th time, he got it. He showed perseverance, and he wouldn't quit. For 11 straight years, I was in school. Some of you all in the 9th and 10th grade. I went to college longer than you were in school. That's absolutely amazing. And I want to challenge you to set yourself on fire. Don King says, when asked what is success, some people say, Don King says success is setting yourself on fire and people will show up to watch you burn. At 210 degrees Fahrenheit, steam or water has no power. At 212 degrees, steam pushes ships around the world. So I tell my sons all the time, set yourself on fire and the world will show up to watch you burn. Set yourself on fire and you can move the world. In closing, my life changed in 1994. See, never trust a person that tell you about their success without telling you about your failures. In 1994, May 31st, 1994, my mother died in our house where me and my 5 siblings sat there and watched the undertaker move my mother's body. I'll never forget it. I was in college. My younger brother and sister was in middle school. Now, my mama died in bed. I promised her that we was going to do everything that we can do for my younger brother and sister. The only thing my mama ever wanted for us was that which she never had. I think one of the greatest blessings I gave my mother is that she went to meet her Creator knowing that at least one of her children was in a position to take care of him or herself. I never forget me and my brother fighting till my knuckles was bloody, till his lips were swollen because he was mad. And he said, this is unfair. And I said, you can't be mad. The world is unfair. You can't be mad Michael Jordan got 3 children and you ain't one of them. But your mom has given you everything you need to go forth and achieve. You all have everything you need. Surround yourself with community. Participate in events like this. Listen to people who otherwise going to give you wisdom and promote you and let you know what's possible. And it's funny now, I look at my younger brother. And I remember that day when we fought like cats and dogs. Now I remember I had to go back to college. And for the next 2 years, I was going back and forth between New Orleans and Atlanta. I was trying to finish school because I made my promise to my mom I was going to finish school. But I was trying to come back to New Orleans like every 2 weeks to try to take care of my little brother and my little sister. And never forget, my younger brother called me and said that he had been accepted into a acting program in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Now, I flew him up to Atlanta, put him in a truck, and we drove up to North Carolina School of the Arts. I remember the tears in his eyes. I remember him crying, missing his mama. And I told him the story about This is the way mama dropped me off at college. And I dropped him off at North Carolina School of the Arts. This young boy had lost his mother, and now he's just in the middle of nowhere by himself at 16 years old. I remember the growth that he achieved after 6 weeks when I went back to pick him up. Then I took him back to New Orleans. And because he took that risk and went to North Carolina for that summer program, they invited him to come to North Carolina for a conservatory of just 20 high school kids because they see you got talent. And we scrambled up nickels and dimes and pennies, all of the family, all of the money that we can find. And we paid the tuition, and he went to school in North Carolina. He did so well in North Carolina, he got admitted into Juilliard, the #1 school of the arts in the country. And while he was at Juilliard, they said he doesn't speak right. And we scrambled nickels and pennies up because he had a Southern twang, and we sent him to experts that we had to pay to help him with his diction. They said, well, his posture isn't right. We have to pay experts so he can learn how to walk, so he can learn how to talk like a Midwesterner, so he can be on news and be on TV. Now, I'll never forget going to his first movie premiere, which was 8 Mile. I remember standing outside crying, wishing that my mom and dad were still alive to see their baby. I never forget he played in a movie called The Hurt Locker. The Hurt Locker won an Oscar. And he ran up on the stage and he was drawing his arm up, and I'm looking at TV like, boy, behave, handle yourself. Your parents taught you better. Crying, wishing my mom and daddy was there to see him. And last month, I'll never forget the feeling, watching my younger brother, Anthony Mackey, take on the helm of Captain America, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, knowing his story. Most people see the glory, but they don't know the story. And Sir Jobs, I don't want you all to miss the lesson. My mom and daddy picked cotton. My mom and daddy was denied access. They was denied opportunity in a place called America. And they did what they can do such that their children can go to school. They did what they can do so I can go get these 4 STEM degrees. And since I did what I was supposed to do when my mom and dad died, I was able to do for my brother what they would have done, such that now my brother is Captain America. Don't miss the lesson. We need you to do what it is that you can do. But if you do what it is that you can do, you can not only save your family, you can save your city, your state, and like Captain America, you may be the one to save the world. So we're not here to play, to dream, to drift. We have hard work to do and loads to lift. Young people, shun not the struggle. It's God's gift. Be strong. Let's go innovate, create, and make and change the world. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. You are always an inspiration to watch and to listen to. And I'm sure that as I look over to the chat, our questions are going to start coming in from our kids out there. They want to know, how did you do it? How did you get, from being in Louisiana to going to Georgia Tech to having all these STEM degrees to, now running STEM NOLA? You guys are doing amazing things in Louisiana. I follow you and I see the good work that you're doing out there. One of the questions that came in earlier is that, you talk about, your parents. And I know a lot of students out there, sometimes us as parents, we're taken for granted, right? Or we don't know anything. The kids know it all. What can you tell our students about, what it is that us as parents are trying to do for them? We're not trying to tell them what to do, but we're trying to provide the tools.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you to all the participants. I'm a father now, right? It blows my mind. Like I say, my son is going to Howard University in DC, and we had a celebration for him the other night. I broke down. I mean, he said, Dad, this might be the first time I saw you cry, right? And I wanted him to know I was crying because I love him. And there was many prayers that was prayed for this day. And one thing my daddy used to tell me that I tell him, my daddy used to say, boy, I didn't get to 40 by passing 17, right? He said, I was 17 again. And I wrote a book called Grandma Hands. And there's a saying in that book called hindsight is 20/20 vision. See, young people, your parents have experienced a lot and they've been through things and they try to give you advice because the last thing we want to see is for you to experience and have the same pain that we have. Now, you can have new pain, but when we see you making the same mistakes that we made, it hurts our heart. So many a times, you know, I give you a story. I give you this is the one that did it. So my son, we get him a car, and we'll go to church every Sunday. And after church every Sunday, since they were little kids, we go eat dinner as a family. That's one thing my wife said. She said, you could travel the world, you could do what you do, but Sunday is the family day. So we'll go to church, we'll go eat dinner. When we're at dinner, we teach them how to tip, right? We said, my dad taught me everybody got to eat. So these people, they work. So when you go to hotels, you should leave a tip. When you go get your haircut, you should leave a tip. If somebody wash your car, leave a tip. The people who cut your grass, give them a tip or Christmas gift. The garbage people, I give them garbage. I was just raised that way. We raised our son this way. And after they got older, like 13, 14, we let them calculate the tip because now we're learning STEM, right? And parents, that's the way you get your kids involved in STEM. You have them doing math at the table. He goes on his first date. He gets a car and he comes to me and he said, Daddy, can I take my girlfriend out to lunch? I look at my boy, yeah. My wife like, where y'all going? I'm like, hey man, just handle your business. Daddy proud of you. He goes to lunch and he comes back. So we sit him down and Tracy's like, where did y'all go? He said, we went to this restaurant. And what did y'all eat? Da 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 da. And then she said, how much was the bill? And he said the bill. And she said, how much you tipped? He said, oh, I forgot. I said, you forgot? And he looked at me indignant, like, yeah, I forgot. I can't forget. And I said, we have raised you every Sunday, 52 weeks out the year, that when you go eat, you leave a tip. And here it is, COVID, people struggling. These people don't know where their next check gonna come from. In the most unopportune time to not leave a tip, that's what you did it. And my wife was like, well, Calvin, I said, no. I said, if you're gonna forget something that we ingrained in you every day, what else are you gonna forget when you're out here with this weapon called a car that can go 100 miles per hour? If I can't believe in you enough for you to do the things that we taught you, how can I trust you to be along with that car? And he looked at me, he said, so what should I do? I said, go back. He said, you want me to go? I said, no, I don't want you to go back to the restaurant. You're gonna go back to that restaurant, you're gonna find that waitress, and you're gonna tip her. He's sitting there and he gets up and I can see he's angry. And I'm like, hey, man to man, let's go. But you going back. And he went back to that restaurant and he found that lady and he tipped the lady. And the lady said, wow, thank you. And when he got back, I said, you know what they were saying? When you left that restaurant, that manager and that waitress was saying, somebody raised that boy right. But guess what they were saying before you got back? What type of people raising these children? So the only thing that we're trying to do as parents is give you the lessons that we've already learned so that life doesn't hurt you. Because Melissa, you know, life is not very forgiving.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Now, there's also another story that I've heard you tell before, and I want to bring that up with these students because sometimes they feel pressured by us to pick a certain degree or to have a certain job or to aspire to certain things. And I just want to use your son as an example. I know one of them, you really wanted him to follow in your path, and he didn't. Can you talk to our students about this?
Yes. So I went to college. I went to Morehouse College. And Morehouse is the only African-American college, only college for African-American males in the United States. I've spoken to every freshman coming into Morehouse for the last 20 years. I have a saying. I say I was born 3 times in my life, through my mother, through my creator, and through Morehouse College. My son, when we left the hospital, he was wrapped in a Morehouse blanket. Every birthday, every year of his life, I got a picture of him in some type of Morehouse paraphernalia. 2 years ago, before COVID, I took him to hear me speak to the incoming freshmen. I took him to homecoming. We got pictures with the president, Spike Lee, everybody, the great alumni of the school. And this year, he chose to go to Howard. And Melissa, thank you for bringing that up, right? Because everybody was like, everybody was like, we know your son going to Morehouse. I mean, Michigan, Georgia Tech, everybody, we know your son going to Morehouse, right? But I knew the way we raised him, and I knew the stubbornness he has in him, he got from me. And I was doing the best I could do to try to convince him, but I didn't know. But what it came down to is that Howard offered him a full tuition, room and board, and fee scholarship all the way through the PhD. Now, that's what everybody think it came down to. I think it came down to him saying, I want to cut my own path in this world. And I never forget, it was about a week and a half ago, I was leaving the office and I got a text. He said, Daddy, I think I made my decision. I'm on my way home, son. So I walk in the door, he hear me coming in the door, he run down the stairs. My wife's sitting there, I'm sitting there, he sit on the couch. He said, Daddy, I'm going to Howard University. So Tracy jumps up, ah! So I pushed out the way, let me hug him first. So I hugged him, and then she hugged him. And when I sat back down, I texted him. I texted him for a reason, because I want him to know that this was real and I want him to keep it. I said, son, I'm proud of your decision, but I'm more proud of the fact that you knew it was your decision to make. Again, the only thing we want for our children is to make life-sustaining and good decisions that's in their best interest. And I'm happy for him, happy for Howard. Still kind of salty though, but I put on a Howard Dad shirt the other day. I never thought that'd happen. So I'm in rehabilitation. They're helping me.
Dr. Mackey, you talked in your presentation about, how hard it was for you to get through college, especially that first degree. Can you talk to our students, and I know we all talk about college, and I'm very realistic with my son and my nephews, college is hard. It is nothing like high school or middle school. What can you tell our high school students that are aspiring to go to college and are not taking it as seriously as you did when you first arrived at Morehouse?
When I went to Morehouse, if you watch MSNBC in the morning, there's a gentleman on MSNBC by the name of Eddie Glaude. Eddie Glaude is the chairman of Princeton University School of Philosophy and Religion. I was in a summer program with Eddie Glaude. Another one of our friends is one of the leading faculty in Harvard Law School. I was in a summer program with some amazing young men. And here I am reading, still to this day, almost I read with one finger. And I can hear the words that they use. And I would ask them, where you read that at? And they said, well, we read this book. And I'm up late at night reading with one finger. I got to read the stuff for school, but also I wanted to read the stuff just so I can participate in conversation with these young men that I thought was very intelligent. And it was hard. And I was telling some people the other day, you got to know thyself. And as long as the light is out, as long as the sun is shining, I got problems, right? So I'm a night owl because I get easily distracted. So I would start studying at 10 p.m. I would study from 10 p.m. to 3:45 a.m. every night. And this is how people know I tell the truth. Melissa, when we were coming up, CNN didn't come on 24/7. CNN used to go off, come on and then go off. But CNN used to go off at 4 a.m. in the morning. And I used to study to 3:45 a.m. because it had a lady by the newscaster name was Lynn Vaughn. And I met her once and I told her this. She just hugged me and laughed. She used to come on and say, it's now 48 minutes after the hour, time for headline sports. So I would study to 3:45, watch Lynn Vaughn for 3 minutes to recap the sports. After she recapped the sports, I would fall on my knees and pray, go take my shower, and then I would go to bed. That was the only way I was able to study because I'm easily distracted. So when my friends went to sleep, I studied. On Saturdays, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., I was always in the engineering lab. I was in the engineering lab doing my work or tutoring people. And I'm gonna let you know a little secret. The reason why I was in the engineering lab, because I was good at drafting. In high school, I took drafting. So when I got to college, I didn't have any money. So I had to come up with a hustle. So when we took engineering drafting our freshman year, a lot of people didn't know how to draw the screws and stuff. So I was charging them to draw their projects. And then I became a tutor in a math department. Then I became a tutor in neighbor ROTC. And then I put all the hours at the same time. So instead of getting paid $10 an hour from 3 programs, I was getting paid $30 an hour Every Saturday. Nobody would show up to tutor. I'm getting $30 an hour to study. It was amazing. I left college, undergrad, with like $9,600 in a bank. And once you get to graduate school, it's even more difficult, but they actually pay you to go to graduate school in STEM. So you get your little stipend. 3 of my roommates, we moved into our house, and we split everything 3 ways, so we was able to save our money, help our families. But more importantly, what I did was that I surround myself with other people who's just as hungry and just as thirsty, who wouldn't let me quit, and we wouldn't let them quit. And my 3 buddies that moved into that house, we started in a summer program. One of them, Jimmy, is from like Liberty City in Miami. My buddy Lou is from rural Georgia. Right now, all of us are still the best of friends. And between us, 3 guys, we got 13 STEM degrees. But we stayed together and we studied and we helped each other and helped others and just kept it going. So who you surround yourself with is very important.
And you've talked about this before. I've heard you in other speeches when you talk about this. And one thing that I wanted to bring up was that you talk about colleges and what colleges are best, for you, instead of, like you mentioned earlier, you wanted to go to Georgia Tech, but Georgia Tech wasn't right for you at that time. Can you talk to our students about, that choice of what's right for you versus what's out there?
Thank you, Melissa, for bringing that up. I was a professor for 12 years. I was a professor at Tulane University. In the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, Tulane decided to keep the football team and eliminate the engineering program. So as the first and only African-American ever tenured in the history of the College of Engineering at Tulane, I lost a 6-figure job overnight. Every time I look back on my time at Tulane, what I think about are the students that I became very close to, and I start to think about all the debt that they incurred, right? They were paying $60,000, $70,000 a year to go to school, and here I am teaching at Tulane knowing that the books that we were using at Tulane, that the lessons I was teaching them was the same lessons I was teaching in the summer program at Georgia Tech, or teaching in the summer program at the University of New Orleans. So undergrad is not about undergrad. Undergrad is about finding a place where you can feel comfortable, and a place where you're going to be supported, where you can bloom and become who it is you need to become. And then graduate school is where you go and you can find your place and work in a great researcher lab. You go to these top schools, most of the time you never even meet these top researchers because they have graduate students teaching the class. And even if they are teaching the class, they just come in, teach, and leave. So you're really buying some type of fake, fake currency that really is more tied to the ego than whether or not it's tied to whether or not you're going to be what you need to be. My son could have gone to Michigan, he could have gone to Purdue, he could have gone to University of Southern California, full ride at University of Southern California. People paying millions of dollars and going to jail trying to get their kids in Southern California. And he chose Howard University. He said he chose it, he said, Daddy, because I believe that was the right place for me. Find a place for you. And the place for you doesn't have some special name. And if you go to that place, just like athletes, if you go to that place and achieve and do what you're supposed to do, the spoils go to the victors. Just like NASA found Jose, these big universities with these great graduate school programs, with these great professors, they'll find you to work next to them and help you become the next Dr. Corbett and save the world from COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. I have 2 more questions for you. One is very important because last year for our STEM activity with STEMnola, the majority of the responses that we got were from young girls, and they were so creative and so talented. And I'm sure that they're watching today and they just can't wait to get to that activity. But I want you to talk to them about opportunities for young ladies now in STEM that maybe there wasn't before. I know you do a lot of different activities, STEM related. Can you tell them more about what's out there for them?
I have this big board behind me, but if we could move this board, you'll see like 5 young women on my team in the room. We've engaged over 65,000 young people, and 47% have been young women. The majority of my staff and my team are young ladies. And they say they keep me straight. but they're very cognizant about equity and making sure we're doing the things necessary to invite young girls and young women into what we do rather than turn them off. So, where you win in engineering, where you win in STEM is creativity. A lot of times young men are so stuck on making sure they know how to nail a nail or screw to screw. They never really take time to step back and look at things from perspectives. And somehow women have that ability, right? I call it mother wit or whatever, but they have to seize the entire environment and then go, wait a minute, da 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 da. So the opportunity in STEM is anywhere where you want it to be. The beautiful part about STEM, I still believe, regardless of what people say, America is the greatest country on this earth. This is the only place where you can get up every day and create a better world tomorrow for yourself and your community. So we expose, especially young women, to many areas of STEM so they can find their place and know that it's for them. We have our 9th to 12th graders, we have short courses. We just had a short course on data science, the Internet of Things, and machine learning. Many young women said, I've never heard of this. And now they're saying this may be something they want to do. We just did coastal concerns, and we went out to this research facility in the wetlands, and to see them in these canoes planting seedlings, and many of them came back saying, I really have an interest in the environment, so this was good. So don't get pigeonholed and people telling you that this is a place for a woman or this is a place for a man. I was on Capitol Hill the other day with my buddy who's an advisor to the president, and I said a woman's place is in a House or the Senate, wherever she wants it to be, not even the White House. So you find your place in the world and you go after it. And when you go after it, you're gonna realize it was always there waiting for you to come get it.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. And something very important that you mentioned earlier was how we all are working together, should be working together to support and the aspirations of our youth, right? To be engaged, to reach out to STEM leaders just like yourself. And I was wondering if you have any advice for them, because they're looking at you and they're thinking, I want to do that. I want to be in the community. How did you get to the place that you are now? Were you always in the community doing what you do now?
That's a great question. And I kind of touched on it about the two-lane thing, right? I had my buddy, Jorge Gonzalez. We were in grad school. I was a black kid around the corner. He was a Puerto Rican around the other corner. And late at night, we would get together and talk. And we would get together and talk because we felt excluded. But we was there for each other. And I was telling somebody the other day, when I go down to Puerto Rico, I've been to Mayagüez, I've been to Ponce. I said, I'll pull pork off a pig while playing dominoes, drinking Medallia and Guayama. And they said, you really been to Puerto Rico? I said, that's with my man Jorge. Because Jorge and I, the only thing we used to talk about is how do we bring this back to the community? How do we bring this back to the people? So when he went back to Puerto Rico to become a professor, and I moved back to New Orleans, and everybody thought we was crazy because we graduated from Georgia Tech, and we could have gone anywhere. We could have gone to these big schools, but he said, man, I'm going back home. I said, I'm going home. And the whole 12 years I was at Tulane, I kept one foot in the community. And I felt restricted by Tulane because they was telling me I need to be doing all this, but my heart was telling me I needed to be helping my people and working in the community. That's how we created STEM NOLA. And the stuff that I was doing at Tulane that I really believe nobody was really interested in, now I can bring to my community. And what we're trying to do, Melissa, is that we're trying to create a model and an ecosystem that can be transferred to different cities such that people who want to work in the community with STEM degrees can make the same living, or better living, working in the community than if they work for a company. That's one thing I'm proud to say. Coming up next, you're gonna have a young college intern named Edwin Romero, but we pay our college interns to work in STEM NOLA, work in the community. In the last 7 years, we put over $1 million in the hands of college students working in the community. All of the people who work for us, all of the professionals, they get paid a living wage. We are a nonprofit, but I pay salaries commensurate with what people should get if they was working somewhere else. And by doing that, we can create a viable organization that owns the problem of the community, but also that's sustainable so that we can work on the problem forever rather than whether or not we get a grant. So there's a place for you young people, and check this out. If there isn't a place for you in the community to do this work, create the place in the community for you to do this work. Your community is waiting on you to do this work. And if you don't know how, I'm on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, holla at your boy, I help you.
Again, Dr. Mackey, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for spending time with us and our audience, our
Thank
students.
you.
Like always, they're always amazed by what you have to offer and the work that you're doing out there in Louisiana. Thank you again. I know that we are going to go next to one of our videos, and then we'll be back to hear Edwin, and he can give us instructions for our STEM activity.
Great.
So we will
Thank
be
you.
back with you guys. Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Again, have a great afternoon.
You all do the same. Thank you all.
So the robotics team is a group of students that are in robotics class, but decide to do extracurricular activities and compete at a higher level. So we have a robot for the first robotics competition.
And for the robotics team, the students are solving a real world problem, actually working with real equipment.
The best thing about FIRST is that it allows these kids to effectively choose their own adventure. In the end, they're gaining confidence, experience, and knowledge in those specific things that they want to learn, and preps them better for their futures.
I feel that I've gained a sense of confidence in myself through this. When I started, I was very quiet. And the first meeting, I was actually really nervous because he told me that they were older students, juniors and seniors, and I was barely an 8th grader. After the first meeting, I was like, okay, I know what the components are. I started to draw up like little designs for the electrical board. And they were like, wow, like they weren't even thinking of like drawing the sketches. And I already had like maybe 3 sketches ready for the electrical board. The biggest person who has noticed that I've gained confidence is my mom. She's like, hey, you know how you used to be scared of like asking someone for help? I don't see that in you anymore.
And in very, very short order, I had an 8th grader that was being assigned 11th and 12th graders to work on her team. She runs our electrical board. All of that placement is Allison's design.
When I started off robotics, I was like, okay, this can be something on the side. It'll look good on my college applications. I didn't think that this was going to become like the center of like everything I do. I fell in love with it. Through this competition, you can earn scholarships, grants. These are scholarships that otherwise I would only get if I was playing a sport or if I played an instrument. I've discovered that the best place for me and the best thing for me is going to college, getting that electrical engineering degree. And I started Googling. I was like, okay, MIT, Stanford, and a few other schools, but I was like, I want to get into MIT. It might be a rigorous thing, but I know I can do this.
For this program to be successful, it takes partnerships and outside funding and resources to provide those unique opportunities for our students. So I just want to say thank you for supporting them, because without SIR providing some industry support, we would not be able to do what we do for our students, as well as for our teachers to have what they need to be able to grow and develop students to the next level.
All right. Thank you guys for letting me know that I was muted. You know, I forget about that. And so I do apologize about that. But this will be our last round of presenter questions. It is your last opportunity to win some prizes. So everybody that's watching, get ready. I am ready to give you your last set of questions. So number 1. What kind of robot did Dr. Mackey have on the table? Again, question 1 is, what kind of robot did Dr. Mackey have on the table? Question 2, what is your competition in the 21st century? Dr. Mackey talked about this at the beginning. What is your competition in the 21st century? And I do want to remind you guys to please post your responses in the chat to the host. I see some responses coming in. And if you guys could please post them to the host. Question 3. What college did Dr. Mackey first want to go to? What college did Dr. Mackey first want to go to? And our last question, how many STEM degrees does Dr. Mackey have? How many STEM degrees does Dr. Mackey have? And I will give you guys a few seconds. For those that have a delay on YouTube, I will be giving you a few more seconds to respond. Now, for everyone else, this is the last hour of our programming today. We will be dedicating our STEM activity and competition to students 6th to 12th grade now. We hope that you enjoyed these past 2 days of exceptional programming and outstanding speakers. Please stay connected with us. Go to our website, www.sayer-national.org, to look at our future virtual series events happening every week. Also, if you missed any of our presenters, any of our speakers and presentations, in a few weeks, we will be posting those to our YouTube channel. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and you will be able to see some of these presentations there. We have had a great time with you guys. Thank you again for being part of our audience. It is a pleasure to be your host. And as always, have a great day. Que pasen un buen día. Now for the rest of you, our students out there, this is the moment that you have been waiting for. Our STEM NOLA activity will be starting here shortly. Before we do that, I do want to remind you of some of our general guidelines and rules for our competition. I know that some of the teachers have received emails regarding the guidelines and instructions about our competition, but I just want to remind you guys here before we start this activity. So first, all participants must be working independently. You can get help from your parents if you need it, but really we would like for you guys to be working independently on your activity. Number 2, all participants will have equal opportunity to enter this competition. Be creative, assemble your activity to the best of your knowledge. That's why we're also going to have help here in a few minutes. It is time for you to ask questions. Number 3, the final product must be functional and operational to enter the competition. Number 4, only one video per student will be accepted. Number 5, the video must showcase how it operates and functions. The design and assembly part of the project must not be included in the video. That being said, we encourage everyone to be as creative as possible. We're not asking you to go out and buy extra items to put on your car or on the project itself. You know, look around your house, be creative, find things that you already have that you can add to your project. Now, the video must be 30 seconds or less in length. Videos longer than 30 seconds will be disqualified. So please look at the time before you enter the video. It has to be 30 seconds or less. Now, you guys have received a Dropbox link where you can go ahead and submit your videos. I do want to remind you that anything that was submitted before 3 o'clock today has already been disqualified. Please do not submit videos before 3 o'clock today. We've already received quite a few, and we will not be able to consider those because the competition hasn't opened. So please submit your videos again after 3 o'clock today. And the deadline for submitting the videos is Sunday, May 23rd. That's this Sunday by 5 p.m. Central. If you have any other questions, I will be here. Please add them to the chat. And now we will look at some of the instruction that the STEM NOLA staff has for you guys.
Great, great. Thank you again, Melissa. I can't wait to see the videos. I can't wait to see the competition, see how creative you all are. I can't wait to see the floats move. But I'd like to introduce you Edwin Romero. Edwin is a dual enrollment student at Delgado Community College and LSU, Louisiana State University, LSU, majoring in criminology. I want to say Edwin has been coming to STEM NOLA. He came to STEM NOLA as a participant starting in the 9th grade through high school. Now his little sister, Amy, she's been coming since pre-K 4. Amy is really into coding. And we're so happy to have Edwin on our team now. He's gone from participant now to college intern and instructor. And we're just happy to have him. And I'm proud of him. We've been on the news together and everything. And who knows? Edwin gonna be running his own STEM city one day. Edwin Romero.
Buddha. Right, excuse me. Hello, welcome. Oh. On? All right, welcome. This is gonna be a Mardi Gras float kit instructions on how to make it, how to start off your float. Do y'all necessarily need me to speak Spanish? Me van a necesitar hablar español. Por mientras, for the meantime, I'm gonna be translating in between. Voy a estar traduciendo entre medio. But the first step is to take out your items and check that you have everything. El primer paso es chequear que tú tienes todo en la lista. So, voy a sacar todo más rápido. Okay. Hay que chequear que tienes, si tienes 7 baterías, 7 batteries, 2 LED lights, 2 LED lights, luces de LED, 2 dowels, 8-inch dowels, 2 palos de 8 pulgadas, the side and the front panels, 2 side and front panels to the float kit. El lado de 2 de lado y 2 de frente, uno de enfrente y uno de atrás, paneles para tu float kit, and a back and a front axle, una parte de atrás y enfrente para el eje de tu coche, an RC truck, un carro remoto para un carro remoto control para controlar, y your essentials, tus esenciales, battery pack, un paquete de para poner la batería, 4 wheels, cuatro llantas, brass fastener, un botón de metal, and pipe cleaners y pipa limpiadora, and cartulina, cardboard, and those are all the items you need. First off, you're going to start off by we're going to get the overhead camera here to get to work by making your cardboard. So we're walking into step 2. Vamos a ir al segundo paso para hacer el cartulino, hacer la cartulina. In your essentials bag, you will have a tape or clear tape. En tu bolsa de esenciales vas a tener tape para poner tu caja junta. En Nueva Orleans hay 800 a miles de Mardi Gras float kits que pasan cada año, pero en este año no lo podíamos tener. For New Orleans, we have 800 to 1,000 flow kits, and every year that happens. But for this year, we couldn't really make it happen because of COVID. But we're gonna bring it to you. We're gonna see how many of us we can make, how many we can make out. ¿Cuántos podemos hacer? As you can see, it's tape. Don't put too much tape because you will have to put the brass fastener through it to unite your axles. So you would have to set up a hot glue gun from the on the side of your table, or get help from your parents because it's hot. Tienes que tener una pistola de pegamento al lado para tenerlo listo, o si necesita ayuda de tus padres, puedes pedirle ayuda porque es caliente, and you should have it ready for whenever we glue it together. So we're going to proceed to that. For the front axle, por la parte de frente, no tendremos que ponerlo junto con el tape. We don't have to glue the front part. We only have to glue the back part and the side panels. So I hope y'all are caught up and not that behind. But here, I'm gonna glue the back axle. Make sure it's straight with the lining, and the front axle not too back forward, but there we go. Take out the brass button. Saquen el botón de metal. Asegúrense que la parte del frente de tu eje del coche no tenga espacio para moverse aquí enfrente. Make sure that your front part of the axle has space to move so it doesn't get stuck. And then you push through the button and we'll flip it over and we'll show through. And then close it together. You can see you open it together so it can stick, and then you push in to close. And now we're going to step 4 to glue the side panels onto it. Vamos a ir al cuarto paso a pegar los paneles de lado. Hay que asegurarse que pongan mucho pegamento. You have to make sure you put on a lot of glue so it sticks. Porque si no se va a despegar y eso no lo quiero. Eso uno quiere que esté bien. You want it to be alright and you don't want it to get unstuck. Proceed to do it from the other side, al otro lado. I'm gonna need more glue of the 10-inch, the thick one. In the meantime, I'm gonna still push through. And I hope with this, it gives y'all time to catch up because I still need to put the glue on it.
And while you're doing that, Edwin, I just want to remind everyone that when you submit your videos, in the file name, please put your name, what grade you're in, city and state. We have thousands of kids that are submitting videos, and if you just put your name, it would be really hard for us to identify who you are. So if you could just please put your name, grade, city and state. Thank you, Edwin. Continue.
Oh, sure. Don't worry about it. Thank you. I just needed glue. Got it on. And now we can start it off.
Edwin, I am getting some comments in the chat. If you can slow down just a bit, some of them are having a hard time keeping up with you.
All right.
Or if are you taking any questions if they're having any
Yeah,
trouble?
I'll take some questions on what the issue would be.
Okay, I will let you know if one comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the panels might be different. Algunos de los paneles pueden ser diferente. So some of them might have clouds. Mine has like the traditional castle. So if you're worried about that part, it's okay. Solo que tú tienes que tener dos paneles pequeños y dos de al lado, y uno grande para cubrir la parte de arriba. So you only have to worry about having two panels, the two small panels, front and the back, and the two side panels, and the one on top to cover it. Well, if there's any questions, what would be them? I'd gladly answer them. I hope.
I think they're just trying to keep up. If
Oh, that's
anybody
fine.
if anybody has any questions, we can definitely ask Edwin. If you put him in the chat, I can definitely ask him
The
if you
what?
have any questions about the steps that he's
Oh,
getting
the accent?
through.
Oh, okay.
Si alguno de ustedes tiene una pregunta sobre los pasos que ya hizo Edwin, por favor,
Okay.
pongan la pregunta en el chat y yo le puedo preguntar.
Yeah, my team here was telling me that the axle was backwards. So as you can see, you would want to make it this way and make it as forward as you can, so it's not on the way of when it moves around. So on the front side, it's gonna look something like this.
Okay, somebody's asking if you can show the bottom part. And I'm
Sure.
not sure. Daniel, if you're online, I saw your question, but you meant just the bottom of the box here? Or did you need to look at a particular detail?
Here we go. Okay, so the axles is connected by the brass fastener, which the button part you'd put from the top side, I mean not the top side, the bottom side of the box, which goes on top. So you just push it through the tape and then continue to fasten it, so flatten it on the other side like it is here. And then you cover it and you have your fastening. So I'm gonna, is there anyone else who needs more time or can I proceed on?
Does anybody else have any other questions about
I
the
have put
process
on,
so far?
I have put on both the side panels, the back and the front panels, the bottom axles, the back axles, this is the back axle, and the front axle, which both flat sides should be on this bottom side, and the T part that sticks out should be on like outside of the box area.
So
It should
somebody's
look something like
asking
this.
si puedes explicar cómo pegar los paneles.
Ok, los paneles vienen con los kits esenciales, vienen, tienen que conectarlos o tienen que dejar que sus padres los conecten y es un hot glue y lo puede, ¿cómo se llama? Puede derretirlo encima y asegúrese que sea mucho. Make sure it's like a lot of hot glue on top so it sticks, so se puede quedar y no se separe. So you can put like decorations on it. Puede poner decoraciones y no se puede separar. Y o si tiene pregunta de cómo se forma la caja, if you have a question of how like you form the box, it comes, ya viene la cartulina en la caja, the the box already comes in it. You just have to form it and then proceed to tape, to glue, hot glue the templates on the sides. Así procede a poner los paneles a los lados de la caja con el pegamento caliente.
Okay, we're not getting any more questions, so you can proceed. Thank you.
All right, sure. If y'all do have any questions, don't be shy to ask. Remember, I think, I don't know, I believe that asking questions isn't something bad, you know, it doesn't produce anything bad. It just helps for everybody to catch up. Now we're going to step 5. Vamos a ir al paso 5, que es conectar las llantas. Perdón, estoy despegando esta parte, pero no pude. Que es pegar las llantas al float kit. So we're gonna go towards step 5, which is putting on the wheels for the float kits. So cuando tú las pones, when you put it on, make sure it's in the hole, in a hole where it's not interrupted by the brass. And then don't put it all the way. No lo pongas hasta el fondo. Tienes que asegurarte. You have to make sure that you put on at least one of the wheels, a lo menos una de las llantas. Y puedes chequear, and you can check if it's loosened up. So this one is pretty loose. So I'd use the hot glue. Usaría el tape caliente porque es muy flojo. Al final de la llanta no se ajunta, and you want your wheels to work. So vas a poner tape caliente un poco, solo para empujarlo y para asegurarlo. Just to assure it, and so it won't like fall apart while you're trying to pull it together. You'll hot glue one in. You proceed to the other side, so it doesn't get stuck. Vas al otro lado vas a vas a continuar al otro lado del palo para conectar la llanta. El mío, esta no lo necesita esta vez, entonces puedo empujarlo al otro lado para conectar el otro palo. La otra llanta. Esta no la necesitan tampoco y pueden ver que se puede mover, pues sí, la muevo. Y se asegura, make sure that the wheels don't fall off, que la llanta no se caigan, porque si se caen, no va a empujar el carro. The car is not going to push.
Okay, I am getting some
Ahora,
questions now. From what side do we add the brass fastener?
the brass fastener, the button part of it, as you can see, the side up of it is pushed from the bottom part of the car. So the button, push it through, and then the metal brass fastening should be, as you can see.
Okay, and they're asking if you can explain the tires again. I think some people are having some issues with the tires.
Okay, that's fine. With the tires, con las llantas, a veces, there's sometimes that the tires don't fit well. So I'd add hot glue, pegamento caliente, cuando no caben bien las llantas. So I'd push it through, la empujo, and make sure it's movable, que se pueden asegurarse que se pueden mover las llantas y se pueden asegurar que no se despegue, porque si se despegue, hay a veces, there's sometimes that the sticks are too skinny on one end, so the wheel will not fit properly. So you'll have to like add some glue, hot glue onto it. Not a lot, no hay que poner mucho pegamento, so it doesn't get stuck to it. So like we'd want it to spin. Lo que quieres hacer es que se mueva la llanta sin tener pegamento atorado. So is anybody else is stuck on that part? ¿Creen que lo tienen controlado? Porque ya estamos a la mitad. Ya tenemos, we already have somewhat of a float kit.
Okay, Edwin, let me say just a few things. To all our students that are watching, a todos los que están viendo ahorita las instrucciones, ustedes tienen hasta el domingo. You have until Sunday to assemble the kit. Right now, we have STEM NOLA available in case you guys have any questions. I understand you're trying to do it at the same time, but don't get too anxious. You have until Sunday to put it together. Así es que no coman ansias. Tienen hasta el domingo para poder armar el kit. Ahorita nomás estamos para que si ustedes tienen cualquier pregunta o quieren mirar cómo lo está haciendo Edwin, si tienen, necesitan asistencia en este momento, pero en realidad los videos, la competición, el final no es hasta el domingo a las 5 de la tarde. Okay, so they're still asking about the wheels.
Sí, ahí dicen se tienen que poner su logo de Sonora. What are they asking about the wheels? I see that they're asking like mi panel no es tan grande y queda un gran espacio. ¿Sería el panel del lado o el panel de atrás o de enfrente?
I
O
think
el que queda arriba.
they may have used the wrong size of panel, I think, possibly.
All right. Well, what is the question for the wheels?
And also they wanted to know about the tires. Give me more time to put the wheels.
Can
Okay, the instructions, the guidelines, the rules.
Can you send it to the can you ask them to send it to the group to the
Yes.
chat so I can look at it?
The
So I can look what
instructions,
they're
the
saying.
rules, you can find them on our website. Also, Raul has sent them to your teachers by email. So you can also ask your teachers for the rules and guidelines for the kit. Also, if you're asking questions, can you please send them to all? And that way Edwin can see them as well, because some of you guys are sending questions just to me and he can't see them. So we're both trying to capture all of your questions. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, abajo donde van a poner su pregunta, asegúrense que la ponen para todos, all attendees, para que Edwin también la pueda ver. All right, let me see here. Ya arreglé los paneles.
Okay. Como pueden ver, as y'all can see, the flow kit is ready to connect to the car. So this step is required for this side of the front axle. So make sure your front axle is well secured. Asegúrate que la parte de enfrente del botón esté asegurado. If the box is bigger than the whiteness of the panel, I'd suggest to basically decorate in between or like fill it in with the pipe cleaners. So if there's like some, for example, some brown, like the brown box showing, like if it were an inch of it, I'd put the pipe cleaner swiggling through it. I'd basically expand on it, try to like do something with it. If it's not like if the issue of it is not like the panels being too small or like the box is showing too much, then let me know. But if you can pull that off, if you can decorate it in between the brown parts, that's fine.
Okay, for everyone, you do not have to stay in the meeting. This is just to give you some instruction, give you some assistance, give you an idea of how to build the activity. If you need
Esto
to
solo para
leave,
ayudar.
then please go ahead and leave the meeting. Thank you for participating. We do appreciate it, but you do not have to stay until the end. Like I said, a lot of your teachers have already received rules and guidelines. So if you need more assistance with that, they do have that information, and it will also be on our
I
website,
can redo it.
SARE-national.org. So if you need help with that over the weekend, you can also check out our website. So again, have a great day for you, for those of you that are leaving the meeting now. Thank you, Edwin.
I'd like to explain to the person that asked like how to put on the wheels real quick. Is that fine?
Yes.
The back axle has to be glued on, so do not forget that. But the front does not need to be glued. It needs to be able to move so the float can be guided left or right. Now, the wheels are put on through the holes, through the tiny, tiny little holes of, as you can see them, of the cart. And you would try to put them on all the way for the back axle, all the way in the back, and from the front axle all the way in the front. You would try to fit them in as they are. And if sometimes the wheels does not fit and it falls off immediately as soon as you put it on. So like as soon as the car starts going forward, it falls off. But sometimes they do work and they do fit in. But if they do not fit in like this one did, this one perfectly fit in. You see how I can move it around and the other side is moving too. You can always put hot glue at the ends of it. The hot glue will dry and then you can take off the extra parts of it so you can move the wheel and and do the same thing for the first part. Entonces, lo que tienes que hacer es pegar las llantas con pegamento caliente si necesitas, si lo necesitas, porque a veces las llantas pueden caber perfectamente, pero a veces no pueden caber perfectamente. Las de enfrente no capó muy bien porque le faltaba más madera la parte de finales, entonces no se podían meter las llantas, entonces tuve que ponerle pegamento caliente. Y cuando le puse pegamento caliente, habían partes pequeñas de glue que quedaron y se miran feo. Entonces hay que removerlas con el dedo o con la mano y después puedes chequear si se mueve la llanta. Las dos llantas se mueven solas y ya. ¿Hay más preguntas? Is there any more questions so I can proceed on?
I do
Oh,
not see any new
you can
questions. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a question for like decorating it with extra materials. That's fine, as long as it's from your house. Again, like I would not recommend to like go out and buy materials. Just whatever feels inspiring to the kid, you know, like whatever you feel that needs to be on it. That you feel like, oh, maybe I need to take off. Maybe I need to get more pipe cleaners from my room, or maybe I need to use a color pencil to draw on it, or like you want to use a Sharpie to decorate it, that's fine. Decorate it your own way, make it unique at your own, like, you know, at your own wants and needs, so you can pull through.
Thank you, Edwin. I also do want to let you guys know, I know that it's on the screen, but in case you didn't see that on there, that the winners will be announced on June 10th at our STEM Talk event. So again, first, second, and third place will be announced on June 10th at our STEM Talk event. Todos los ganadores van a ser anunciados el 10 de junio en la plática de STEM. Primero, segundo y tercer lugar.
No necesitas cortar nada en la caja. Cuando las extra partes, estas partes como, o si tú ves como, hay extra partes que salen de la caja, if there's extra parts that look like they're coming out of the box, try to fit it into the box. Just try to push it into it. And I know the kids come. Yo sé que las bolsas vienen con panales de arriba para cubrirlo, para que cubren todas las partes del panel. Entonces no se podría ver caja, o si necesitas cortar parte de la caja, preferible sería decorar encima de ella en vez de cortarla. Instead of cutting it, it would be more preferable to like decorate on top of it. And the one I have a problem with the hot glue. Right. Make sure it's hot, of course, but like you'd have to make sure it's well connected. I'm pretty sure all the hot glue guns are functionable. If not, try to like take off the hot glue stick from the back of it and replace it with like, or like try to stick it back in and try to push it through. See how the hot glue fell through. Or try to push it through. Like the front part should be hot. If it's not hot, then you should check the connection issues. O si la parte de enfrente no está caliente, puedes conectarlo. ¿Ya lo tiene? Okay. You already have it? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oops, made a mess. Now we're going to go on to step 6, the semi-final part, basically. We're gonna use our pipe cleaners. Vamos a usar nuestras pipas, ¿cómo se llama? Pipa limpiera. Pipa limpia. O si alguien lo textea ahí, yo lo digo. Se lo apuesto. If someone says it there, I'll say it. I can read Spanish. Pero, ¿cómo se dice? Limpia pipa. Limpia pipa, sí. Limpia pipas. Pipe cleaner. Hay que entretener algo. Like, I have to entertain somehow. O tubo, limpio tubo. Y el limpiador de tubo. Limpia pipa. But yeah, as you can see, you'd use that to connect the RC truck, conectar la troca con el float kit, con la parte esta del float. Entonces, como puede ver, usa el hoyo, you use the hole from the front to put it through and connect it. And secure it and make sure it works. Is there any questions for that?
I don't see any questions just yet. Also for the
But-
glue gun, you do have to, the glue gun sticks, you do have to push them through a little bit, even though it is connected. Just make sure that you're pushing it through so that it comes out.
Yeah, sometimes that requires to like push it a little to a little push might help. But this should be your float. It should be able to push it back and front with the RC car.
Ok, todavía están preguntando que cómo pusiste las ruedas,
Okay.
las
Ahorita
llantas serían.
Las llantas serían, voy a explicarlo desde el principio. I'm going to explain it from the beginning, just so it'd be easier for them. La parte de atrás del carro se pega. The back part, you glue it. La parte de enfrente, you don't. No lo pegas. Don't glue the front part. Then you proceed, the ones, la parte de enfrente que tiene dos hoyos, the front part that has two holes, you proceed to push the brass fastener into it. Empujas el botón de metal en el hoyo. La parte de arriba tiene que ser el parte donde enseña todo el metal en vez de donde están las dos partes separadas. Las dos partes que están separadas tendrían que estar adentro de la caja. Que después, cuando lo empujas, las separas para... Ups, lo mío se despegó. Las separa para que se peguen bien. Pero a veces, sometimes, you can use glue or the scotch tape para asegurarlos, to secure it so it won't move. So if you feel like your truck pushes it too much, it's fine for you to glue it or tape it. For me, I would want to do that because it's not safe. So there we go. Y después, cuando tienes asegurado que la parte de enfrente se puede mover y la parte de atrás no se puede mover, que está asegurada, vamos a poner las llantas. Mis llantas de enfrente no necesitaban pegamento porque mis llantas de atrás no necesitaban pegamento porque se podían desbloquear y pegarse otra vez y despegarse otra vez y otra vez. Entonces, los hoyos que tienen al lado el panel, la parte de atrás, allí, entre esos tres hoyos, en el hoyo de medio, en el hoyo de atrás, le pones el palito. In the hole in the back, you put the stick through it. And then, te aseguras que tienes uno de los palitos, uno de las llantas pegada al palito. So you make sure like one of the wheels is attached to the stick, so you don't break it when you like are trying to put it together, or you don't lose it or lose control of it. So it's way more easier to handle if you have one of the wheels already stuck into it. Es más fácil usarlo o arreglarlo o quitarlo, ponerlo cuando tú tienes una llanta ya puesta. Entonces después pones la otra llanta. Ahí dice, tengo una pieza. ¿Qué dice? Hey, can you read it?
Do you
Dice,
ever
si
wish
no,
you could
tengo una
just
pieza
store all
blanca
your
cuadrada,
files
no
in one
tiene
central
forma,
location
solo
without
cuadrada.
worrying
¿Para
about
qué
storage
es?
limits or needing to
Oh,
pay for
sería por la
expensive
parte de arriba. A veces hay una parte cuadrada que no tiene forma, no tiene cuadro ni nada, sino que es justamente para ponerlo arriba para, digamos que este viene con luces de LED, por eso necesitas tus baterías y tu control de LED. Eso es lo que vamos a ir al lugar final, que cuando tú tienes el control, no quieres que se enseñe, entonces tú lo puedes poner adentro y pones la tapa de arriba y se esconde. Por eso tiene el panel extra para ponerlo. How can we secure the tiles? ¿Cómo pueden? Ok, eso es lo que iba a ir. Ok, para asegurar las llantas, to secure the tires, if they fall off, for example, the front one kept falling off for me, and I did not like that. That's not good. But that's not that's not really the fault of the stick. It's like, it was skinnier, so it couldn't like really fit in the wheel. But you can easily just, fix that problem by adding glue to the ends of the wheels, for example. See how I can't pull it apart because I glued it together and it's pretty like stuck together. Here, I'm gonna ask Josh to pass me a wheel real quick, a front axle, and all right. Let's see if this one. See how it's like coming off real fast? Like if you really like move it, it falls off. That's not good. That's not what you want. So you proceed to grab the hot glue. If you want your parents to do this, si tú quieres que tus padres hagan esta parte, yo te digo, yo les dijera que lo hicieran. So proceed to put a little bit of hot glue. Pongan un poquito de pegamento caliente. Y después insertan el palito. Then you insert the stick. Y ya. Tienes una llanta funcionable. Pero recuerda, don't do it on the other side. Do not do it on the other side because you need to still put it through. And it's way easier to put it through with one wheel already on it. So, here. I'm going to show you where to put it through. Cuando tú tienes el panel de enfrente, when you have the front axle of the car, you would like to put it on the front ones, on la parte de frente. Tú ves la parte T donde, where it holds onto the car, right here, sería. You would put it all the way to the front, like where the holes at. You see the holes right there? So it won't go through the middle hole. So if the stick is in the middle hole, the brass will not let it through. The brass fastener will not let it through, and it will not be easy to control it. So therefore, you put it all the way to the front. And then now you can put on the other wheel, which if it's hard to put on, this one wasn't. But I mean, it is. It falls off immediately. You can again use hot glue. What's the other questions they have?
Están preguntando que dónde van las luces.
Las luces es como decoración, pueden ir donde tú quieras. And there, you have you see how I hot glued the wheel now, and like it's fine. There might be some residue. Podría haber pedazos de tape, and you can like move it around y quitarlo más tarde cuando se seque.
Asking,
when
do
it
I
dries
cut
off.
the tie wrap?
The what?
Do I cut the tie wrap?
The tie wrap?
Mm-hmm.
The pipe cleaners?
The pipe
No,
cleaner.
you don't. Oh. They mean like the Ziploc for the.
Yes.
If it has a Ziploc with a remote controller, yes, cut it off so the remote controller and the Ziploc, I mean in the truck are separate because you would like to control it. And the reason it's with that is because the remote controllers actually have different frequency depending on like what car. So some might have 49 frequency and some might have 27. So that's why we put them together. So yeah, you can put them apart if you want. The front part, this is how you put it on. I'll bring you another box real quick with the, here, I'll move it. Make sure you have your brass fastener, tu botón de metal, listo. So you put your box together, okay? Some of y'all might have bigger boxes, some of y'all might have smaller boxes. Pero hay que ajustarse a lo que tenemos y hay que hacerlo bien bonito. We have to make it really pretty. So here. Para poner, to put on the front part of the car, the axle part, you do not glue it. No le pones pegamento caliente. Solo hay que insertarlo con el botón de metal. Yes, you can, tú puedes pintar los paneles, por eso son blancos, para que todo lo que te inspires a hacer, puedes poner. Después de todo, tengo unos cables rojos y un control. Esas dos cosas están aparte. ¿Qué hago con eso? Ok. Los cables rojos serían luces rojas, ¿verdad? Y el control es para el carro. Ok. Now you push the button. Ahora empujas el botón. So yeah, las luces son para el panel, para ponerlo encima del panel, para decorarlo, to decorate it. So that's what it's for. Y el control es para el carro. So ahora, now you can see that I put the button through it. Pueden ver que puse el botón. Por eso no puse tanto tape, para que no sea tan duro empujarlo al otro lado. Solo empujas al otro lado y después lo abres, then you open it. You push it to the other side, then you open it. Let's see.
I think what they're asking is, las luces también viene con un control, ¿cierto?
Oh, sí, este control.
Sí, son un control
Vamos a
es para el
llegar.
carro y
Yes.
otro control es para las luces.
Sí, vamos a llegar al último paso cuando termine de explicarle cómo poner la llanta. Después de esto, perdón. Ahorita voy. Pero tengáis paciencia, por favor, por las personas que necesitan ayuda. Sí, entonces, el botón de metal lo empujas al otro lado y después lo abres para que quede asegurado, so it can stay secure. Sí, sí. There we go. Y después, if you want to put tape on it, you can. If you want to, para asegurarlo, that's fine. And close it. So closing it gives you more space to deal with it. So now you can see it. That's why you need the brass fastener. Para eso necesita el botón de metal para mover la parte de enfrente. Y esa es, por eso necesitas la forma T del panel. Y la parte de atrás la vas a necesitar ponerle hot glue y pegarlo y después ponerle la llanta. ¿Hay otras preguntas? Antes de continuar al último paso. Is there any more questions before I continue to the last step?
I've been typing answers to some of the questions. Ahora, el
Thank you.
carrito y la cajita se pueden personalizar. Así es que si los quieren
Sí.
pintar, les quieren agregar brillo, les quieren poner stickers, quieren dibujar, es totalmente su decisión y su preferencia.
Esta solo es una instrucción. This is just an instruction on how to put it together. Cómo ponerlo junto. So, después de eso, está libre de hacer lo que uno quiera. After that, one's free to do whatever they want. But as you can see, le puse baterías. I put batteries onto the other controller that has nothing to do with the, remote control car. This is an LED controller, so it basically turns on your LED lights. Let me use a green one. Green one probably show up more. Let's see. So rampant. All right. O si necesitas ayuda, if you need help from your parents, pregúntales porque es un poco duro ponerlo con dedos pequeños. It's a little bit harder to put together. Sometimes you can break it apart trying to put it together. So that'd be safe. So here we go. Connects. It has like a little clip on it, so you can like if you really if you want to reorganize it and put it back together another way, you can always hold down on the clips on the side of it and push it, hold down on the clips on the side of it and take it apart, just so you won't ruin the cable. And that's for security reasons, so it won't like separate from the battery. And now that we turn it on, as you can see, it's on. And you could use it to decorate the car. I'd have it inside the box. And you could use it to decorate all over the car if you want. And the tape, the clear tape comes for a reason, so you can use it to hold it down. Is there any more questions when it comes to building the box? You can ask me anything you would want, even if it's like the first step on like, how many panels should I have? I don't mind. Again, it's for y'all, not for me. This is all for y'all. Todo es para ustedes. Si tienen otra pregunta que tiene que ver con el carro, no importa si es el primer paso o el último paso, pregúntenme, no tengan pena.
Okay, like Edwin has requested, does anybody have any more questions from any of the steps, even if it's from the beginning or the end? I know he's kind of decorating out, kind of showing you where you could put the lights. Si alguna persona tiene una pregunta, una última pregunta, ahorita es su tiempo. Now, I do want to remind everyone that the deadline to submit your video will be 5 p.m. Central Time this Sunday. Also, if you need a reminder of what the rules and the guidelines are for the competition, they will be up on our website within the hour today. You will be submitting your videos to the Dropbox link that I provided earlier in the chat. Your teachers also have it. You should have received it already. And also, please name your files with your name, grade, city, and state. And then the winners will be announced on June 10th during our STEM talk. Now, we do have a question that came in.
Yeah, they seem to have asked me a couple of questions. Una sería de cómo conectar los cables, so how to connect the cables. So here, I'll take it out for you. All right. Do you see, tú puedes ver, sí, espera. Okay, ahí, se enfocó. So now you can see. Tú puedes ver, el cable tiene dos metales arriba, al techo de donde está el clip. Y en el techo es lo mismo, hay dos hoyos en el techo de este cable. Y tienes que meterlo, ajustarlo y boom, cabe. Y ahora si quieres quitarlo, toca el clip y boom, se quita. Los dos metales de arriba tienen que ir a los dos hoyos de arriba. Boom, ahí. Y ahora pueden chequear si sirve. Ahí dice que sirve, pero no se puede ver porque hay mucha luz aquí, pero está prendido. ¿Hay otras preguntas? Perdón, el carrito de control puedo, sí. ¿Dónde puedo conectar? Cable, sí. ¿Cómo puedo? Hago eso. Oh, las gomas serían, tú puedes, o si tú puedes, o si tú quieres decorar las gomas, if you want to decorate the wheels, you can put pipe cleaners around it, or you can put like the little dots that it comes with, or you could put the fur on like the ends of it or something. You could do whatever you want. It's up to you.
Okay,
Si
so
no lo,
we're
and if you can't put it, o si no lo puedes poner, pregúntale a asistente de tus padres. If you can't put it on, ask for help of your parents. That they would help you a lot with the hot glue, especially with the hot glue. It's hot.
okay, somebody said lo del cable para conectar que me dijiste no lo puedo volver a poner. It must be where it clicks, I'm assuming.
Okay, te voy a enseñar. Aquí hay un clip que si lo tocas se desconecta al remote control, al remote que tiene batería. Y para conectarlo otra vez, hay que usar los cables de arriba. Usted ve los dos metales ahí que están arriba del techo del clip, que es este. Lo conectas a los dos hoyos que están aquí arriba. No el hoyo que está no descubierto, sino que el hoyo que está cubierto. Y lo conectan. Y ya. Ok, otra vez. Toca el clip para desconectarlo. Los dos metales que tocan el techo del clip se conectan a los dos hoyos que tocan el techo del otro, del control remoto, y lo conecta. Y ya.
Edwin, te queremos dar las gracias. Gracias por la asistencia y por ayudar a todos nuestros estudiantes. It was great seeing you again. I know you helped us last time as well. So we do appreciate your time and being bilingual.
Qué bueno. Muchas gracias. Thank you everybody for coming over. Si quieren hacer lo que ustedes quieran, if you want to do whatever you want with the cards, go ahead. Porque es como una competición. It's a competition. Solo que no se le olviden a entregar las fotos.
Gracias, Edwin, y
Just
a
don't
todos
forget
que
to.
nos están viendo. Gracias a ustedes por atender. Mucha suerte. Good luck on the competition and entering your videos. Until next time, thank you. Have a great day.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.